Just going to do a quick audio check. I seem to be coming through loud and clear. Perfect. I'm not exactly in the best of moods at the moment, I'll admit. Found out a little bit ago that apparently my old man has cancer. I'm not gonna make this a big freaking huge deal or anything like that. I'm just explaining that going into this, I'm not exactly going to be in my 100% perfectly normal headspace, and I honestly debated even coming on today because before I even learned of this here, I had to essentially watch over my grandmother for a bit while my folks had to go take care of some other things before they could take over that from me. And I was also thinking after that, before I would do my stream for today, that I would probably also work a little bit on editing the next episode for Lamination International. And the reason I had to watch my grandmother was because my father had to do a follow-up appointment for a heart attack that he had pretty much a year ago. He didn't get one done right away because he had to basically change doctors, and it took a while for him to get that squared away. So he got that appointment done at last, and then when they finally got back from it, I was basically pulled aside and was given the rundown on everything. So he's now going to have to do some follow-ups for, I forget the term that they called it, but it's a cancer doctor essentially. As far as anybody knows, there's nothing terminal. Just a few areas I think one around his throat and then another close to his chest that shows signs of cancer. But again, it's nothing terminal, so they need to do a follow-up here just to check just to be able to check on it properly. But even if it's not terminal, as far as anybody knows right now, learning that your father's got cancer is not exactly anything anybody wants to hear. And I'm not going to lie, I'm concerned. I'm trying to keep it together around my family as best I can, especially my mother, who's definitely going to need the support more than anybody here, especially depending on how follow-ups go. There's also the fact that, my father is not keen on the idea of anything relating to chemotherapy or anything like that. And I've known at least one person who's gone through chemotherapy before. It's absolute hell on your body. You do not want to subject yourself to that if you can absolutely help it, in my humble opinion. And I can understand why my old man wouldn't want to do that, and have that done to himself either. It's putting literal poison in your body to kill cancer cells, and God forbid it doesn't work and it comes back, then that means that that pretty much means at that point it's terminal, it's spreading to other parts of your body, and at that point you just basically put yourself through medical hell only to just delay the inevitable. I'm trying not to panic right now because nobody really knows for sure just the actual state of the thing at the moment here. It was just a cursory glance thing that apparently the doctor noticed while he was checking his arteries for any signs of blockage. Again, as part of the follow-up for the heart attack thing that he had last year. But needless to say, I'm praying to God that this thing doesn't develop into something more serious, and then we end up finding out after the fact that we will have essentially good reason to maybe not panic is the right word, but tensions would certainly escalate, to put it very mildly. Monius, welcome to the stream. Why, hello there. Catching me at a time of a day. Am I? Yeah, I would have started this sooner, but I also, shortly after I learned the news about what's going on with my father's health and everything, I found out about a couple hours ago that my day job was trying to be cute and change my shift hours for tomorrow without properly contacting me about it. The only reason I found out is I got a notification on my phone informing me about the change. Nobody called me or anything of that sort, so I wanted to actually start this stream at around 2 o'clock around my time, so about an hour ago. But I had to basically rush over to my day job here once I found out what they were trying to do and talk to somebody about that, because the hours that they wanted to try to have me work tomorrow here would have interfered with class that I have for tomorrow. And needless to say, I definitely do not want that to happen. So apparently, all I gotta do now for my shift tomorrow is I would just work the shift I was originally assigned, and then I would have to basically rush over to class after that, and then I probably won't be home tomorrow night until like 8 o'clock my time. So I'm definitely gonna have a full day tomorrow for sure. But even so, it's just one additional annoyance that I did not need to deal with today on top of, well, I don't want anyone to misunderstand me. I'm not saying that I am not saying that learning about what's going on with my father is an annoyance. Far from it. It's a bit distressing, if anything. But having my day job trying to just throw another wrench into things for me when I'm still trying to process this, that is definitely annoying. Especially in the case of my classes and the stream I'm doing right now, because right now I really need a good distraction or two to get my mind off my father's health. Because there's really nothing me or anybody can do right now about it at the moment, regardless. And just sitting and stewing about it isn't really going to do me any good either. So I didn't know what else to do other than just tell myself, just come on here today like you were originally planning to and try to have fun. And at least get your mind off things for a few hours. And that's pretty much what I'm going to do. Today we're going to be playing Steins Gate. I'm going to see what's going on with the new world line that we're in now that we helped Faris send that D-mail. The changes were pretty radical this time around, it seems. And I'm pretty sure there's still more to come in regards to what we're going to actually be learning in regards to what's actually changed. And not only that, I'm still mighty concerned over that anonymous email I received with the picture of the jelly on the plate that I also got. I feel like I'm on a timer for something bad, and something bad is going to end up happening soon. I don't know when it's going to happen, where, or how, but I feel like something's approaching, and whatever the consequences of my actions are going to be, I am definitely not going to like it. So, let's see if maybe I can figure out what those consequences are the hard way today, shall we? Just get right on into it. Like I said, I could use a good distraction right now anyway. Something to get my mind off things and hopefully have fun for at least a few hours. Anywho, before I start, I should probably disable the cosplay patch for now. We're in the whose eyes are those eyes territory, and in contrast, Okabe is not paranoid enough. Yeah, I kind of agree with you there. Which is kind of funny because half the time he likes to act paranoid over what he refers to as the organization or whatever, and yet when it comes to delving with things that he should definitely be paranoid about, he just throws all caution to the wind. It's honestly kind of amazing to think about when you actually take the time to sit down and think about it. It's gonna come back and bite me in the ass, mark my words, sooner or later. Anywho, there we go. Wasn't registering my mouse for a second for some reason. Liz 25. Oh, didn't expect stream. Oh, hey, I got an email. Yeah, as I was explaining at the beginning of this thing to Monius, Liz, I was originally going to try to start this stream about an hour ago, but I had to take care of an unexpected issue with my day job. They are trying to be cute. They were trying to be cute and modify my day shift for tomorrow to work hours that would interfere with class I have for tomorrow, and I was not having any of that. And I don't think I actually explained this, but I actually had to go over there, and I actually had to go over to my actual job itself, drive on over there and actually speak to somebody, because they're really bad at accepting phone calls from any of us when we need to get in touch with them. When they want to get a hold of you, though, they usually have no issue whatsoever doing that on their own time, but God forbid if it's the other way around. You usually have to jump through hoops in order to get somebody's attention. So I basically had to hop in my car and drive on over there, waste the gas, and go speak to one of my managers and let them know what was going on and why I couldn't work the hours they were trying to make me do tomorrow at the literal last minute without consulting me about it first. And apparently I got it all squared away, so that's nice, but I mean, still annoying that it freaking happened regardless. And oh yeah, so there was that, and I was also talking a bit about learning about a very concerning development with my father's health. I mean, if you want to know the details, you can just go ahead and just rewind the stream, or maybe rewatch the beginning of the VOD later on if you're curious to know the details. I don't want to repeat myself on that right now, especially because it's not exactly a very pleasant topic for me to talk about, for reasons that I hope would become apparent once you learn what they're about. Do we have cosplay patch on? I actually turned it off right before I started this, so I figured maybe at least for the time being, we should just have the cosplay patch off for a bit and make sure everybody has their canonical outfits on. Just because. There's no particular reason. So I got an email. What do I have? Suzaha, Eureka! Going to infiltrate now. What should I do? I'm so nervous. Wait a minute. I feel like I've read this before. Let me take a look-see at my save files. Hold on a second. No, I'm on the most recent one. Okay. Interesting. Let me pull that back up. But yeah, I could have sworn I've read this thing already. Maybe it's the time. Maybe it's the new timeline thing or something. Maybe that's what this is. I'm getting literal deja vu right now because I keep messing with the world lines. Given the type of game I'm playing right now, I think that's a real distinct possibility. Oh yeah, I also got a tip. Eldhrimner? Sounds German. No, it's Norse. In Norse mythology, the large cauldron used to cook for the gods. Okay, I did read this before. This is deja vu. The only labs mems here today are Mayuri, Kurisu, and Lukako. A lovely trio of ladies, to be sure. I couldn't get a hold of Faris or Mocha. They must be busy. Daru, meanwhile, gave me some crap about having things to do. Probably stalking Faris, if I had to guess. I was prepared for Lukako to refuse my invitation, but since she's here, I guess she's forgiven me. For now, at least.
お前たちにはこれから宴会用の買い出しに行ってもらう。
I've already explained to the lab mems what Suzaha told me yesterday.
あんたは何するの？
俺か？俺はこれからバイト選手を尾行し、状況を逐一報告。
Oh yeah, didn't she also make a request of me in the last stream that she wants to possibly stop by the lab here and use our phone wave to also send a D-mail?
やめなさいよ、悪趣味だな。親子水入らずにさせてやれ。
いちいち突っかかるな、クリスティーナ。お前は人間の心理というものを理解していない。人というのはそうやって一周されると意地でも自らの意志を通したくなってしまうのだ。
独善的すぎ。
そもそもクリスティーナよ、お前とバイト選手は対立していたはずだ。にもかかわらずそのような気遣いをするとは大した偽善ぶりだな。
That's the thing. She has no idea at all why Suzaha hates her. And I still don't either.
あんたの行動が人としてダメすぎるんだろ。
そうだよ。邪魔するのはね、良くないと思うな。
Even during the strategy meeting, Mayuri keeps working on her costume. Hey, at least she's got her priorities straight. Lukako hasn't agreed to wear it yet, but Mayuri's enthusiasm remains strong.
それよりも、どんな結果になってもあったかく迎えてあげようよ。そのためにもね、マユシーは買い出しを張り切っちゃうつもりです。でも僕、その鈴葉さんという人と会ったことはないんですけど。
She's quite the character, I'll have you know.
すずさんはね、とってもいい人だから、ルカちゃんもすぐに仲良くなれるよ。
いい人ね。
とにかく俺はこれから尾行を。
だからダメだっつってんでしょ。
調子の分際で俺に指図をするな。
Shame. I guess we won't be getting any tail today. In the end, I can't get permission to tail Suzaha.
逃げたら承知しないからな。
And in fact, it looks to me like I'm the one being tailed right now. Kurisu is forcing me to help her with the shopping. Never mind, I got completely backwards. She's forcing me to tail her and be the pack mule. There's no way out. Damn it. Kurisu really is turning into a class president character. At this rate, she might take over the lab. I fail to see how that's a problem. Wait, could this be what Suzaha was warning me about? Nah. Anyway, time to get my head in the game. Well, if memory serves me, she explicitly warned us to not have her involved with our world line shenanigans, period. I don't recall her saying anything specifically in regards to her being, you know, an executive in regards to the nature of the experiments themselves. I'm pretty sure she just said to just simply not have her involved at all. So, which I would assume would also include fetching me cup noodles. I trust Kurisu running the lab much more than Okabe. Any sane person should, to be honest. After all, this guy is an out-of-control manhandler. You can't leave him alone, otherwise he'll start groping people without their consent. We must prepare for the Last Supper. Operation Eldhrimner. There's no way I'm saying that name right. The Last Supper refers to our party for Suzuha. In the event she reunites with her father, we'll just celebrate normally. In other words, it'll be her last supper in Tokyo. However, if she doesn't reunite with her father, we'll kidnap her and force her to participate in our experiments. I have a feeling that she'd poke you in the eyes if you tried that. Sacrifices must be made if we're going to perfect D-mail technology. In that case, it will be the Last Supper on this world line. You really should not be so eager to just end world lines like this, I feel. Especially given not only how great of a change Faris D-mail seems to have had on the world around us this time around, compared to the last few emails we sent, but the fact that, you know, we're also being watched at the moment by some unknown figure that that sent us a picture, the single most frightening picture of jelly I think I've ever seen in my life. The lab's budget, most of which comes out of my pocket, is tight, but it's okay to party every once in a while. We're not naive enough to wish for things to be low risk, high return. High risk, high return. That's how a mad scientist operates. That's how a gambling addict operates. Mwahaha! I can already taste Suzuha's despair. Is that what you call it? Well, if isn't Walrus Man himself. Is Faris nearby, my friend? I followed Kurisu's finger to see Daru emerge from Yodobashi camera. Alright, who's calling up? Hey, speak of the devil! Cat tongue, yeah. Cat's tea time, phone trigger. Offered tea by Faris. Hell yeah! Sorry I couldn't come today, yeah. To make up for it, I'll bring some delicious Kenyam tea next time. I'm assuming that's a real tea. Let's drink it with everyone, Nyan. I do not object to this at all. I'm on to you. I grab his collar to stop him from escaping. Okay, may have missed the previous message, harem. Harem? What, you mean in the game? Because I'm looking at the chat, and actually, wait, I might be able to see it in this window. Give me just a second. No, I don't want the overlay. Not that. Not that. Here. Ah, here it is. For some reason it's not showing in the public chat, but I can see it here. Like a classical protagonist, Okabe is now basically has a harem. Yeah, he's starting to form one. And hey, we got the gay option with Daru. I would have suggested Luca, but that's not really applicable anymore now, is it? How many times have we have to teach you this lesson, young man? Apparently, a lot more than any sane person should have to be taught. 99% of scientists quit human experiments before achieving time travel. Is that just something you're saying, or is that a fact? I'm genuinely curious. Because I could actually believe that there are a significant number of scientists out there that would say no to human experimentation with time travel. On principle. Or at least I would like to think so.
Omae, 俺の招集に応じないとはどういうつもりだ?
だから用事があるって言ってんじゃん。
用事とは?
オフ会。
An offline meet, you say?
話にならんな。
いや、ちょっと聞いてくれよ。
オフ会とラボメンガールズの手作り料理が食べられるパーティー。お前はどちらを選ぶ?
So, who are you meeting? Just out of interest.
手作りだと？一つ確認したい。そこにフェイリスタンはいますか?
Before Kurisu can answer that, I whispered to Daru, "Why are you blushing?"
フェイリスもラボメンだからな。
そう、どうしてバッティングするんだよ。せめて明日にしてくれれば。
どうする？決断の時だ。お前自身が選択しろ。
フェイリスタンの手料理が食べたいです。
オフ会を諦めればそこで試合終了だよ。
Seriously, I want to know, who are you meeting right now?
諦める。僕はオフ会を諦めるぞ。
Well, rip to whoever you're meeting, I guess. Daru surrenders all too quickly. What a weak man. When we return to the lab, Mayuri and Lukaku are already starting preparations. 13 minutes behind, but... Oop.
ダルくんがいるよ。
13 minutes behind, but honestly, I rewinded to the beginning of the stream before you even mentioned it. Oh, I see. Well, then you already know then what I was talking about earlier.
フェイリスタンはいずこに?
Just powering on through it, hoping that, you know, shenanigans involving me and the mad scientist himself here will cheer me up a little.
橋田、あんた騙されてるわよ。
フェリスちゃんは来られないって言ってたけど。
マジで？おいオカリン、これはどういうことだよ。ドッキリってレベルじゃねえぞ。
次の機会があったら話をつけておいてやる。
ふざけんなよ。せっかくのタイムマシンオフ会だったのに。
Time machine meet?
タイムマシンオフ会？何それ？
僕がよく見に行く SF 関係の BBS があるんだよ。そこのオフ会なんだ。プロの作家なんかも来る予定だったのに。僕はオカリンを許さない。絶対にだ。
なぜ先にそれを言わないのだ。そんなオフ会があるならば俺も言っていたのに。
Wait a minute. A meeting for time travelers. Again, I'm running with the assumption that Suzuha may possibly be John Titor. And if that's the case, then was this the meeting she was referring to? Again, hopefully, us pulling Daru aside from this thing somehow won't cause any issues. If my random thinking here is anywhere near the money. This is just me. I'm just spitballing here. I have no idea. It could become something totally unrelated for all I know. I'm just trying to think, based on what little snippets of information I'm given here. What it is exactly that Suzuha was actually trying to do today? Because she didn't exactly divulge. She didn't exactly tell me what it was exactly she was trying to go to. And if we take all the little tiny bits of evidence and speculation I've made regarding her true identity and character into account, it would logically make sense to assume that, hey, there's a meeting here, and there's a meeting for people that want to talk about time traveling going on here at this specific time, this specific location. It would make sense to assume then that John Titor would want to be there, right? Especially because she was trying to meet someone there. But wait a minute, that would mean that her father is interested in time traveling stuff, right? I honestly don't know. Again, I could be completely off base here. Suzuha's mail's about the whole story of her finding someone in Akiba. Her father, if I remember correctly, or someone else. Yeah, that's what I remember too. She's trying to find her father, and she mentioned that today's date was the one opportunity that she felt that she had to try to meet him. And I think it was right around this time that she was, I mean, right when we started the stream here, she sent me that email earlier, telling me that she was going to, nope, not this one. Yeah, infiltrate at, this time period right here. Shame I can't look at the actual clock at the moment on this little thing up in the upper left corner, but yeah. I wonder though, if we just simply stuck around with Daru at this meet, could we have found Suzuha there? Suddenly I smell something strange.
何か異臭がしないか
異臭
Is it burnt cup noodles by any chance?
タコ足配線のしすぎでどこかの電源がショートしていないか
すみません
Uh-oh. Luca, did you pass gas? Lukaku's apologizing for something.
多分まゆりちゃんの作ってるお料理の匂いだと思います
What? This is the smell of food?
私も手伝うわ
Is it safe for Mayuri to actually be cooking anything?
じゃあ卵を温めてもらって
電話レンジ使う
I'm sorry, but using the phone wave for actual regular cooking is just funny to me. Considering it's basically our time machine.
ダメです生卵をレンジに入れたら爆発しちゃいます
Wasn't expecting to get a CG image quite this soon. Not complaining though. Okay, time to update the thumbnail. Now let's resize this. Make sure it's pixel perfect. Shame the part 12 portion of the thing is blocking Luca's cooking apron. I think she looks rather good in it. But it is what it is. Okay, got that there. All right, perfect. Now, unless I get something really spectacular later on in this episode that could somehow outdo even this, I think I will keep it.
ドアを剥ぎ取ったんだから大丈夫なんじゃない？
It is a microwave. No, it's a phone wave. Name subject to change. Instead of heating things up, it freezes them. Or sends them back in time. Whichever one of the two options. At least I'm sure that's what Okabe would say if you were to say that in his presence. Karisu, you might want to make sure you don't get your fingers chopped off by her.
まゆりちゃん、そんな持ち方したら危ないよ。
What the hell is going on here? Daru and I exchange glances.
俺たちも手伝うべきか。むしろあのガールズどもをキッチンから排除すべきでは。
I think we should help. That way we might be able to get a little bit of food. Although maybe we should decline Daru any servings. He needs to go on a diet. For his health's sake, you see. I'm not just saying that just to be mean.
結果は同じじゃね?
Although that is certainly part of it.
めまいがしてきた。この現実を改変したい気分だ。
ハゲドウ、オカリン、この恨み、末代まで忘れん。
本気ですまないと思っている。だがダル、俺と共に死んでくれ。
保険としてピザ頼んどくわ。
It only gets worse. The smoke grows thicker by the second, filling my lungs with ash and tar. You could just open up a window, you know, get some ventilation. In less than an hour, the girls have transformed the lab into a Class 5 disaster zone. Although I'm not gonna lie, thinking about it right now, I wouldn't mind smelling some steak smoke. I take out my phone and put it to my ear.
俺だ。どうやら邪神の封印を解いてしまったらしい。もし1時間以内に連絡がなかったら、両親に愛していると伝えてくれ。
And I'm sure your parents would tell you, shut up already and eat your food. Because they're annoyed by your insane ramblings. Anyway, the evil one. Which one is that exactly? Is it Mayuri? Karisu? Or is it Luca? If you suggest Luca or Mayuri, I'll toss you out the nearest window myself. Karisu, though? She could do that. She could do that to you all on her own, I'm sure. She wouldn't need anybody's help to toss you out a window.
オカリン、それ死亡フラグ。
Yes, yes, a death flag. A self-inflicted death flag, but a very deserved one. You know, besides the manhandling bit I did in the last episode. A metafiction term. When a character triggers a death flag, they have said or done something that foreshadows their death. A common way to trigger a death flag is to make a promise on the eve of a climatic battle. E.g., when this war's over, I'm gonna get married. Note to self, never declare out loud that you're gonna get married, otherwise you might die. Duly noted.
これがシュタインズゲートの選択なのか。
Cooking is a science after all.
ヘルプさえ関係ね。
Well, you're not wrong, actually. Cooking, a lot of the recipes that we have documentation of all around the world were made through a long process of trial and error over many, many years, across multiple generations of families, tribes, countries, etc., etc., etc. And even then, with all those recipes to fall back on, whenever you want to decide you want to get experimental, you gotta analyze and just think about how every tiny little ingredient that you decide to work with, down to portion sizes, could possibly mix together in order to either to enhance or take away from the flavor of something else in a certain way, etc., etc. It can be quite a process depending on what it is that you make. I speak from experience. The most complex dish I know how to make personally is homemade General Tso's chicken. Although I would argue that the worst thing with that dish here is that it can be a bit time-consuming and it can also be a bit messy. Because you're basically making stir-fry food, especially since I tend to use a pan in order to make it in. Whenever I decide I want to make it. If you just can keep the oil spills under control during the actual cooking process, it doesn't end up being too bad. Honestly, the worst part about making stir-fry food in general is just the cleanup process. But when it came to actually figuring out the exact home recipe that I ended up making, it was a bit of trial and error, but I found something, I like it, and anytime I ever made it, it was pure delicious delight. Worthy of a mad scientist, I would say. Anyway, I almost forgot. The mad scientist said the thing. He said the outside kangaroo. After the storm has passed... So, what did you guys make? Stir fry?
遅いな。
No. I guess we're just starving today. The sun has already set. The food lined up on the table, none of it looking particularly appetizing, has already grown cold. I open my phone to check the time. It's getting late. The high school girls will need to head back soon. Was Suzuha able to meet her father? Good question. If so, they might have a lot to talk about. Goodbye? What do you mean goodbye? There's only one word in Suzuha's email. Does that mean she didn't meet her father? I would assume no, but this very short, the short message in of itself feels kind of ominous, not gonna lie. Now she plans to leave town alone?
そんなことはこの法院教魔が許さん。あいつは実験台なのだから。
And how exactly do you propose you're gonna find her in this big old city that we're in? She could be literally anywhere at this point for all we know. In fact, we don't even know for sure where it was she actually went to begin with. I fly out of the lab. He's actually gonna try to find her. Out in the open. Good luck, I guess. Alright, I'm just gonna check the chat on this thing since I don't trust YouTube's filter at the moment. You could simply mirror rotate the thumbnail to have Lukaku on it. Nah. That would be too simple a solution, and me, half the time I don't even like doing things simply. I like working harder, not smarter. At least we didn't waste the time over the typical anime women can't cook trope. Well, I could believe Mayuri can't, but Kurisu and Luca though? Good question. I don't know where Suzuha is. All I can do for now is go to the station. If she's going to leave town, she should be using public transportation. If she's using the Hibiya line on the other side of the station, then I've struck out. But if she's going to take the bullet train from Tokyo or Ueno, then she'll have to pass through here. I carefully scanned the thinning crowd around Akiba Station. Where is she? After about 30 minutes of watching the crowd, I spot something. My gaze focuses on a person walking in from the main street. Well, holy shit! It actually is her! It's Suzuha, shuffling along with her head bowed, and she looks like she's crying. Yeah, she definitely failed to meet Daddy, I take it. That sucks. And I'm sorry, but her left hand, her middle finger, with the way it's positioned right now, almost kind of makes it look like she's flipping me off, and and it's kind of funny to me. Funny and kind of inappropriate given the context, but that's also kind of in a weird way why I find it kind of funny. No, I do not want you. Oh, shit. There we go. There we go. Tell you what. Let me just take a look at this and see how it looks. Yeah, this doesn't look as good as I hoped it would, because my logo is blocking her other eye, where you can more prominently see the tears on her face. But on the other hand, this doesn't really show too much either. Not sure what I want to go with. Well, thinking about it now, I guess this image, with what you can see of it anyway, looks more dramatic than this one does. And considering what I have as far as the title of the stream goes, and the subject matter that I suspect is going to become more prominent in today's stream, or if not today's stream, then definitely soon within the story, maybe I should use this one instead. So I have a slightly more dramatic looking thumbnail. But just on the safe side, I'll keep this handy right here just in case. Now to update you once more. There we go. We probably wouldn't have invented molded cheese nowadays if we didn't already have it. That to me is wild, though. Like, why would you eat mold? Last I checked, mold is something that you want to avoid being exposed to at all costs. Why would you eat it? I don't know, man. I know there's some pretty strange delicacies in this world. Pufferfish. Fish eggs, I think, is something that some people eat, too. Anything relating to cannibalism. And also molded cheese. Like, I'm sorry, but there's just some dishes, there's some types of food in this world I don't think I'm necessarily ever going to try because there's a grossness, or in the case of the cheese, a health concern factor that would make me a bit too scared to even try it. Aged cheese is one thing. I mean, I like Parmesan and all that just as much as the next guy. But I think mold is taking it just a bit too far. As she gets closer, I can see that she's wiping her eyes. Is she crying? I don't see anyone walking with her. I guess she couldn't find her father after all.
そこのバイト選手
Suzuha looks up in surprise. I see the tracks of tears on her face. Just as our eyes are about to meet, Suzuha looks away. And then she turns and runs out of the station.
待て
I don't think she wants to talk. I give chase, ignoring the stares of passers-by. She's gone. Damn it. Where did she... Hold on a second. Why am I chasing her? Good question. Do I have some kind of urge to chase things that run away? Maybe in a past life you were maybe you're some kind of apex jungle predator, like a panther. That's stupid. I'm not a dog. Shouldn't I just leave her be? It's not like we're that close, right?
君ってさ、いいやつだね。なんかちょっとだけ楽になったかも。
But Suzuha is all alone in this town, as far as we know. What if I was the only one she could talk to about her father? I know she's hurting. She needs my help. Very arrogant of you to assume she needs your help, specifically. Shouldn't I do everything in my power? Yep, there she goes. Just now, I think I saw someone who looked like Suzuha. But the run from the station has left me exhausted. I dropped to my knees, gasping for breath. You really should do more cardio. My sides ache. I can't take another step. Even after searching the entire area around the station, I couldn't find Suzuha. I guess this too is the choice of Steins Gate. As I rest, I look up at the night sky. The satellite remains buried in Radikon's wall. I wipe the sweat off my brow and head back to the lab.
おかり、すずさんには会えた？
Hey, Metal Wolf ZX, welcome to the stream. No. Well, yes, but she successfully evaded me. She's got really fast little legs. Everyone's still there when I return.
もう遅いからみんな帰るんだ。
でも
結局どうなったのよ。
そうだ、一人で納得してんなよ。
鈴葉には逃げられた。どうやら父親には会えなかったようだ。
そっか。
All this drama is making me thirsty. A gloomy silence falls. I can see the sadness on everyone's face. I begin to laugh. All right, I'll bite. What's so funny, Mr. Funny Man?
岡部さん、どうしたんですか？大丈夫ですか？
走りすぎで脳に酸素が届いてないんじゃない？
You're probably not wrong about that, actually.
オカリン、決めっす。
No. Breathe. Then chill.
いや、お前たちがしょんぼりしているのが傑作でな。どいつもこいつも何をしょぼくれている。こんな時のために俺たちにはあれがあるではないか。
I thrust my finger at the curtain to the development room.
D メールを使うの？
でもさ、この時間じゃ電話レンジの放電現象は起きなくね？
Wait, you're gonna send a D-mail? To who? Suzuha?
起きないのならば明日送ればいい話だ。
D-mails leak through time. It matters not when we sent it, but when it is received.
誰になんて送るの？
今日の昼間の俺自身へ。内容は
Oh, okay. I smile triumphantly.
クリスティーナの脅迫に屈せず意地でもバイト選手を尾行せよ。
If I do that, there's no way I can fail. Yeah, you thought that when you tried to win the local lottery, and look how that turned out. And then we can have Suzuha as a test subject. I suddenly hear the sound of rain. I look outside the window and see that rain has started to fall. As Daru predicted, the discharge phenomenon does not occur. It looks like we'll have to wait until tomorrow. The rain grows stronger over time, eventually becoming a thunderstorm. The next day, there isn't a cloud in the sky. I got mail, and it won't let me read it, because the game hates me. Fear not, game, I hate you too. It's hard to believe it rained all night. I kid. I'm liking this game. I keep checking the Brawn Tube workshop through the window, but the morning passes without any signs of Suzuha. Ah, there we go. Ah, I got two. Daru? Hello, what? Check the news, Okarin. That satellite up and disappeared. Oh no, wait. You mean the one that crashed into that building? What do you mean disappeared? They say that's... okay, Mayuri said, they say that satellite disappeared. I wonder what happened. Did it fly away? Wait a minute. We lose track of Suzuha yesterday, and now today, the thing vanishes. The satellite. That can't be a coincidence. There's no way. There is no way that's a coincidence. I keep checking the Brawn Tube workshop through the window, but the morning passes without any sign of Suzuha. She's probably long gone from Akiba by now. You might be right about that, actually. Because, assuming that the satellite is related to Suzuha in some way, then I guess that might explain then what that satellite actually is, possibly, assuming she is John Titor. Maybe that thing is a time machine? She doesn't know who she's dealing with. She is but a pawn in my game, destined to fight for me at Ragnarok. But wait a minute, wait, no. Hold on a minute. If that thing was a time machine, then considering that we're dealing with CERN and the Committee of 300, wouldn't they seize that thing the second they figured out what it was? Because that thing has been around, technically speaking, even in multiple world lines for several days now, hasn't it? Surely I would have given them enough time then to have done a once-over on the thing, maybe figure out what it was, and then seize it. But the fact that they didn't do, but the fact that the thing was just sitting still in the building at all, I mean, wouldn't that actually be proven of itself that it wasn't a time machine then? I don't know. Still, it's weird that it vanished now. I thought I had something, but the more I think about it, might be a red herring. At the stroke of noon, I activate the phone wave, named subject to change. The destination is my phone, yesterday around 4 p.m. The discharge phenomenon occurs as normal. Phone wave. Don't listen to Chris. Pursue Souza. Place your bets. If he sends this mail to just redo a day, would the consequences be severe or very severe? I vote very severe. Surely the satellite has been finally removed by authorities due to being a safety hazard, and Souza went home by train. Surely. Okay, you say that, and now I'm starting to second guess guess myself again. I don't know what to think right now, to be honest. I'm missing something here. I can tell. The floors shake violently. Squinting against the glare, I send the mail. Here we go. My brain shakes violently. Isn't it always shaking violently every time an idea strikes you? That gray mat of yours is, in actuality, a pink vibrator. My vision flickers. As the vertigo passes, I can hear my heartbeat and feel the warm blood coursing through my body. I blink slowly. Now it's the sensation of reading Steiner activating. Wait a minute, we're on the 10th. Did it work? And so I know. Suzuha is ours. We don't know that for sure. Someone else could have changed, and we still could have failed. All I know is that we're in a new world line now for sure. Something did happen. But it doesn't guarantee that we actually achieved what we sought out to do. Did it send my cheese message? Uh-oh. We got our thing filtered by the chat. I fucking hate this thing. I wish YouTube would just trust me and you guys here to just completely go on, just be as vile and disgusting in chat as we want to be. I really wish it would just do that and leave us alone. We're just talking about stinky, moldy cheese. I mean, seriously, what's the worst that could happen? Did it send my cheese message, by the way? Let's see. Oh, it's actually on public chat, too. I just somehow didn't see it. Because people ate molded cheese when starving and didn't have anything else to eat other than molded food in storage. They didn't die, and it tasted more interesting than normal cheese, and it sticked. You serious? Well, and then again, thinking about it now, I guess it would kind of make sense, because much of human history had many periods where what's the word I want to use? The peasantry didn't always have access to the cleanest and safest food possible, unlike higher classes all throughout human history. So I can actually believe that, now that I think about it, that there were indeed significant chunks of time where people ended up having to eat moldy food out of necessity, and then I guess they ended up discovering accidental delicacies when they did that. A true bona fide example of necessity being the mother of invention, in this case. Necessity, of course, in this case being not starving to death. A whole 0.07 change. Hey, it did something. Minuscule in terms of numerical value, but something. Sometimes reminding myself that spicy sauce was biologically meant to be a poison. I remember reading about that some time ago. That spices in general were meant as an evolutionary trait by certain types of plants in order to keep predators from actually eating them. And yet here we humans are, not only does it not act as a poison for us, but we find it actually tastes good, and we use it as seasoning for a lot of other foods that we eat. Pretty much the one. I mean, we're special in nature's food chain. What can I say? We're just a species of really smart freaks, us humans. Shame we can't eat all the poison in the world. Because I'm pretty sure there might be some other poisons out there that would actually taste good in food if they didn't kill us. I hurry down the stairs. I mean, it's poison because it makes us hurt. Well, I mean, sure, I'm pretty sure if you ate enough crushed red bell peppers, for example, doing a number 2 would be a very unpleasant affair, because it'd probably feel like as though you're shooting out a fireball out your butt. But I mean, hey, it might be worth it in the short term before then, though, if it makes the food really taste good. If you're somebody like me, for example, that likes having really spicy pizza. I hurry down the stairs. Maybe that was TMI, but I mean, I'm just being honest. There's some pain in this world that is very much worth experiencing in order to experience pleasure. And now that I say that out loud, that sounds a bit like an innuendo. That was not intentional, I promise. I step outside and look to the front of the building. What belongs there has returned. Oh, hey, you're right. A mountain bike polished to a shining finish. And on the bench next to it, looking up into the summer sky, is Braun. Amane Suzaha.
Ohayo, Baito Senshi.
I try to remain calm as I call out to her. She greets me in her usual listless fashion. You know, if I were in Okabe's position right now, me being the occasional observer that I am, this would be a prime opportunity for me to start a casual conversation with her about that weird, funky satellite device that is currently lodged in the side of a building up in town right now. Like, hey! You ever wonder what the authorities are gonna do about that thing that's currently lodged in that one building right now? The one's just been sitting there for days on end at this point, but the authorities for some reason have not bothered to just get it out of there with a crane or anything like that. What's your thoughts on that, part-time warrior? She greets me in her usual listless fashion.
サボり中か
Endorphins, I think it was called. Yeah, I think you might be right about that, actually.
だって客来ないし。それに昨日は夜中まで上で騒いでたからさ。すっごく眠たいんだよね。
夜中まで騒いでいた誰が
岡部倫太郎さ、昨日お酒飲んでたっけ？
He's not drinking, but I sure as hell am.
酔っ払いだな。未成年なのにダメなんだぞ。
A non-alcoholic beverage, I assure you. We have shifted from a world line where we failed to stop Suzuha from leaving to one where we succeeded. As a result, the events of yesterday changed. So, I might as well just go ahead and ask the big pressing question then, now that we've more or less established our success. So, you met your father. Can you tell us a little bit about how that went? What's the guy like? Is he a hunk?
俺たちは昨日の夜、お前が父親に会えなかったので実験台となってもらうための最後の晩餐を開いた。そうだな。
そうそう。昨日も君そんなこと言ってた。昨日は私のためにサンキュー。
いまいちよく覚えてないんだが、俺は一体どうやってお前を確保したんだ。
Can you read my last one? It's just that pain is addictive to humans because it releases hormones. Well, it depends on the human. If you're a straight-up masochist, they do indeed release a shit ton of endorphins. Unless it's because you spoke about the same thing. No, I just end up missing that message too. Seems to be a common thing with me. It's selective that's not even a word. Selective, observation? I don't know what word I want to use right now. Oh no, the party was done by the other Okabe. We missed the entire thing. I would pay to see Okabe actually try to guzzle down a shit ton of drinks.
まさか本当に昨日お酒飲んでた？
いいから聞かせてくれ。
私がタイムマシンオフ会から帰ろうとしたら。
Okay, so you were going to the time machine meet.
ちょっと待て。タイムマシンオフ会？
That's the same offline meet that Dara was going to.
それが父親が現れるかもしれないという場所だったのか。
そうだって昨日説明したじゃん。
Well, okay then. That confirms it beyond a shadow of a doubt. Looks like I was onto something after all.
それで帰ろうとしたら？
いきなり君と橋田至、それに椎名真由里が現れて。
Okay, we got that cleared up. Now what I want to know is the satellite that's in that building, is it still in the side of the building right now? I want to find out the answer to that as soon as possible, because if it's still in the building right now as we speak, now that Suzuha is still with us, I'm definitely going to start thinking that satellite and Suzuha may indeed actually be related after all too.
私はラボに連行されました。めでたしめでたし。
So my pursuit of Suzuha was a resounding success. I can't help but smile at how smoothly things went. Suzaha, meanwhile, looks back up at the clear blue sky.
昨日は楽しかったな。
Her tone is sincere. I still want you to tell me about your father, by the way.
マキセ・クリスさえいなければもっと楽しめたけどさ。あいつの作ったアップルパイ殺人的なまずさだったし。
Oh. So she makes a bad apple pie, huh? Maybe she's got another pie that's actually worth eating.
でも漆原ルカのカレーは極上だった。君たちのラボ、サークルみたいなものだっけ？ああいう場所ってさ、なんかいいね。みんな仲が良くていつも楽しそうで。
Well, I'm always smiling until Kurisu turns my frown upside down with a cutting remark.
あんなに心地いい時間は生まれて初めてだったよ。
What kind of childhood have you had? Actually, wait. If you are John Titor, then I think I've already got a pretty good idea. If you're not, though, then what kind of childhood did you actually have? Sounds like Suza had a pretty dark childhood. Maybe she was bullied in school. Could that be related to her father's disappearance?
バイト戦士よ、約束通りお前には実験台になってもらうぞ。
でもさ、この前も言ったけど、私父さんのメールアドレス知らないんだってば。
ならば実験はいずれ分かった時まで延期だ。ちなみに実験に用いる電話レンジカッコ仮は我がラボの最高機密事項のため外部に情報を漏らされないようお前にはラボ面になってもらう。
I don't know. If I personally would take him up on the offer. Give me a pretty easy chance to graduate from test subject to test taker, or not test taker, test maker. Excuse me.
ラボラトリーメンバーの略。
Why be the experimentee when you can be the
ラボメンバ
experimenter?
ーを与えられた人間はすなわちラボの仲間となる。
いいの？
いやでもなってもらうぞ。お前は今日からラボメンナンバー008だ。
008. We're one more person away from having lab member 009. Susaha lowers her head, no doubt awed by my proclamation. I hear what sounds like a sniffle. Then she looks up, revealing a smile.
しょうがないからさ、実験台になってあげるよ。
まだ帰ったりしないよな。
もうちょっとだけ頑張って父さんを捜索してみる。
Hold on a minute. So you didn't actually find him?
お前は今日からラボメンなのだ。何かあれば俺たちも手伝おう。ちなみに父親についての手がかりのようなものはないのか。
Suzaha hesitates a little. Then she stands up and turns to me. I like how her standing up teleports us all the way directly in front of the shop. Her expression is grave.
私の父さんはタイターって名乗っている。
Excuse me?
タイターってあのタイターか。
知ってんの？もしかしたら今は違うコードネームを使ってるかもしれないんだけど。
Is she actually referring to John Titor? I don't just know about him. He's been active on that channel for the past several weeks. I open the ad channel thread on my phone and show it to Suzuha.
見ろ、ジョン・タイターという人物が書き込みをしているだろ。
Suzuha stares at the screen.
これで謎は解けた。お前の父親はアットチャンネルにいる。
あ本当だ。
You sound uncertain about that, Suzuha.
っておい、なんだその淡白なリアクションは。
いや、この人じゃないよ。
Okay, I'll bite. How do you know that for sure?
なぜわかる？お前が今父親はタイターと名乗っていると言ったのだぞ。
私にはわかるの。とにかくこのタイターは父さんじゃない。
And once again, I ask, how can you tell? That's a strange way to put it. It's almost like she knows who's behind John Titor. As if to answer my suspicions, Suzuha continues.
ジョンじゃないんだよ。私の父さんが使っていた名前はバレル・タイターって言うんだ。
Barrel Titor. Chapter 4 clear. Chapter 5, Dogma in Event Horizon. Okay, so we got 2 Titors possibly running around now. And she's claiming to be the daughter of one of them. Okay. So, I was wrong then, apparently, about her being John Titor. But she still is related to a Titor, a barrel Titor, according to her. But but there was no, I don't remember ever hearing about another Titor that ever talked about anything relating to time travel, like what John Titor does, so it would make more sense then to assume that it would be John Titor, because he's the one that's actually going around, that's been going, huh. Interesting. So, okay. She was looking for a man called Barrel Titor. She expected to find him at a meetup for time traveling. She apparently doesn't find him there. And online, we've got someone else calling themselves John Titor. We've had a conversation with them. Several at this point. And at least on the surface, some of the things that they've said to us about time travel theory, the mechanics behind it, how it works, matches up a little bit with what little we know so far, especially with our own investigations into CERN's servers and our own personal experimentation with the phone wave. So that would mean then that there are 2 Titors that know about time travel. And yet she's claiming to be related to the Barrel Titor, but then that just begs the question who John Titor is. And what exactly is John Titor's relation to Barrel Titor and Suzuha for that matter? Well, I think I can say this much. We definitely got some pretty big revelations, and in some ways at least, it appears I may have not been too far off in regards to my suspicions regarding Suzuha and her identity. Who she was going at, who she was looking for, etc., etc. But it's the specifics behind everything, apparently, where I was either only half right on or completely wrong about. I think it releases them in general to make pain easier for people. Oh, the endorphin thing. The same way how not everyone is addicted to adrenaline, but anyone could get addicted to it with enough exposure. Yeah, we call them adrenaline junkies. Check her pockets without permission. If she has car keys and the satellite beeps when they are pressed, she probably works with Radicoon's building tourism management. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Actually, wait, maybe we shouldn't, because the last time that we tried groping around a person's pants, well, just ask Luca. An easy speculation would be that Tider is a big family of some sorts. Well, on the surface that would make sense. Either that, or maybe there's two Tiders running around that just so happen to share the same last name, but they're otherwise completely unrelated to each other. But then wouldn't that also? But if they're related though, like as though they're part of a family, then Suzuha is also related to, would also be related to John Tider. Then wouldn't something about the way John Tider speaks or anything of that sort strike some familiar chord with Suzuha herself? Because I mean, based on her reaction, she's able to distinguish John Tider's messages in a way to where she could identify John as not being Beryl. But then that would beg the question then. But that would then beg the question, in my mind at least, does she actually recognize anything in regards to John Tider in any way at all that could remind her someone she knows? Or is it just she's able to just simply only I'd be able to just tell it's not her father, but nothing past that? That would be, to me, the next logical question to ask, assuming, of course, that we run with the assumption that the two Tiders are related to each other, because you have to take Suzuha's relation into Beryl into account, too. And naturally, that would also mean that she'd be related to John. So if she doesn't really know who John is, then the next question you gotta ask is why? Why does she not know him if they're all part of the same family? By the way, those satellite messages were optional to read, so Okabe doesn't know it went away story-wise. By the way, going back, many dishes were basically created because people had to come up with making eating the same thing 5 times interesting. Yeah, that's pretty much how you have to basically make Mexican food edible, because a lot of it is flavorless without a shit ton of spicing mixed in. Same with several other different culinary dishes, for that matter. Sometimes spices are literally the only flavor that certain types of dishes even have. We also have John Tider, who was discussed in the prologue, and John Tider from @channel, how isn't familiar with the other one. Oh yeah, I think I remember that actually. So maybe the two John Tiders, maybe one of those two John Tiders is actually Beryl then? Or, like I heard, come up with eating potatoes in 20 different ways. Didn't mention it because they're from America, so they're kind of new. Well, they're kind of new, but the analogy isn't wrong. Also heard that in some country has molded corn as delicacy. Huh. I have no idea which country that is, but someone tells me it's probably European. Just a hunch. I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back in just a minute or two. Alright, I'm back. No, American country. Mexico, maybe? Well, the only Mexico anything that's actually part of the United States is the state of New Mexico. But if you're referring to the actual country of Mexico, well, that's a wholly separate country that's just south of our border. You know what? Since we're on the topic, why don't I just Google it? Just for fun. Alright, let's see. What country has molded corn as a delicacy? Okay, it is Mexico, I think. Yep, Mexico has a delicacy. Molded corn as a delicacy. Known as huit lacoche or cuit lacoche. This fungus, also called corn smut, grows on corn ears and has been a prized ingredient in Mexican cuisine for centuries, dating back to the Aztecs. It's called corn smut. What the hell? Literal smutty food. Though considered a crop disease in many other countries, particularly the United States, Mexico treated it as a gourmet food. It is valued for its earthy, sweet, and savory flavor, resembling black truffle, and is used in dishes like quesadillas, tamales, soups, and sauces. Fresh huitlacoche is seasonal and often sold at markets, while canned or frozen versions are available year-round. Its high protein content and essential amino acid lysine further enhance its culinary and nutritional appeal. I'm sorry, but corn smut. It's actually called corn smut. Who calls any food that? Okay. Now I know if anybody ever offers me that kind of dish at any point in the future, I'll know for sure that it's the smutty type of food, and maybe I shouldn't eat it. Otherwise, I might take a smutty dump later on. And okay, it's not that funny, but for some reason it is. American as the American continent. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That makes sense. I see what you meant now. Also, I see you forgot corn is from Mexico. So it's more likely they have something corn related. I actually always thought that corn was an American thing. But I mean, hey, as you pointed out, Mexico is part of the American continent, so close enough. Again, not sure I want to eat moldy corn, though. Even though, according to the AI, it apparently does taste good. Still not 100% sure about that. If I want to actually eat it myself. I'm on my way back, lying facing up. Because you went with Europe as the first thing. Yeah, and it turns out I was completely off base. Not the first time, and certainly not going to be the last, I'm sure. The sky is vast, and the color ominous. I've never seen anything like this before in my entire life. Where am I? I sit up. Vermilion sky. Dead, barren wasteland as far as the eye can see. The earth looks a bit red or vermilion. Chat, how in the ever-loving fuck did I wind up on Mars? Am I a Martian? There is nothing here. A wasteland stretches to the horizon. Nothing but rocks and dust as far as the eye can see. No plants, no water, no sun, no moon, no warmth, no cold. Not a single breath of wind. Maybe it's not Mars, because I'm pretty sure even Mars has wind. Looks like hell. A frozen world. It can't be Earth. Mars, I could believe. Why am I here? This must be a dream. I give up thinking about it and lie down again on the sand. Yeah, nope, not gonna think about it. I'm just gonna sit and lie here. Maybe if I close my eyes for like 5 seconds and then open them up again, I'll be back in my man cave on planet Earth. Where the non-Martians live. I guess I'll wake up soon. I should just wait until then. I wait. But the dream shows no sign of ending. Have I ever had a dream this lucid before? There's a terrible ringing in my ears that keeps me awake. Another unfamiliar ceiling, except it's the entire sky. Yep. Also, nice scenery to talk about food. Yeah. I agree. Now that I think about it, what could be a better location to eat moldy corn than the desert planet of Mars? Maybe in actuality, moldy corn originated from Mars and found its way onto planet Earth via meteor or something. Maybe corn was in actuality a Martian delicacy. I realize that's the sound of silence. My belongings are gone. I have no watch, no phone. Please tell me you at least have pants. The lack of motion numbs my sense of time. How long have I been lying here? It might have been only a second. It might have been 3 days. An epiphany. The concept of time is a human construct. The universe at large has no use for it. Time is a cage that we created to feel secure. Within its walls, we can forget our own insignificance. I'm thirsty. Okay, that does not follow, but let's roll with it. It hurts to breathe. This void is no place for a human. We're not strong enough to live in a world without time. Tears fill my eyes. What do they mean? I no longer know. I want to die. Yes, let's die. Yeah, let's die. But what is death? Okay, that was a problem. How can one die if you do not even know what it is to die? To be frozen in time. Time stopped for me long ago. How can I die in a world that is already dead? Everything inside me is crumbling away. Who am I? I can barely recall. My soul is melting into the void. Is someone there? Anyone? Something moves in the corner of my eye. Well, it looks to me like time hasn't stopped for something. Impossible. I try to move my eyes, but I've forgotten how. Mayuri, is that you? A pleasant voice silences the buzzing in my ears. It reminds me who I am. It confirms my existence as Okabe Rentaro. This time, my eyes move. There's a girl sitting on a nearby rock. I recognize her. My frozen brain comes alive. Her presence breathes new life into this dead world. Mayuri? My brain is still half asleep, and I cannot speak. It's Mayuri. Shiina Mayuri. My oldest friend, and she's a whole lot more transparent than I last remember seeing her. She smiles at me, swinging her legs. Oh, really? Well, that just sucks. Okay. Who did it? Was it CERN? The Committee of 300? Kurisu, maybe? This is a dream, right? I bet none of them were as charming and handsome as yours truly.
ここにいるオカリンもたくさんいるオカリンのうちの一人って言えるし、オリジナルでもあるって言えるの。ここにいるマユシーもたくさんいるマユシーのうちの一人って言えるし、オリジナルでもあるって言えるの。でね、オカリンもマユシーもここで死んじゃうと思う。
You sound awfully chipper about that. I'm glad at least one of us is. I'm not. I don't think I really can be. But maybe your optimism might rub off on me. This is a dream. Right, Miri?
でも
But?
きっと7000万年後の秋葉原にいるオカリンとマユシーまで意志は連続していくんだって思うな。だから大丈夫だよ。
これは夢だ。
Hold on a minute. That CRT TV stack effect. Isn't that the same one that I would occasionally see in Chaos Head Noah? Or am I misremembering things? Because if I'm not, then that definitely fills me with even more dread than I had before. If that were even possible at this point. It was similar. Similar is bad enough in my book. So yeah. I'm feeling the dread arising. Not good. Definitely not good. After Okabe fell into a black hole, I'm no longer falling for the nightmares. But then again, someone with reading Steiner having nightmares is a bit concerning. To be honest, I forgot if this is a dream or not. Well, I certainly couldn't tell you if it's a dream or not. All I know is that it's trippy and very uncomfortable. You didn't read a comment above the scenery, but but developing upon it. Oh, wait, scenery? Scenery. Also answering even earlier question, yes, mold cheese is more interesting. While yellow cheese is the first thing to go with bread, I will take mold cheese as a solo side dish anytime. I don't know why I don't know how I keep missing your messages like this, but I'm sorry it keeps happening. Okay, it tastes more interesting because mold develops unevenly, so the whole cheese doesn't taste the same everywhere like yellow one. Well, I mean, that makes sense, I suppose. So it's mainly the mold, then, that you want to eat? I jerk awake on top of the sofa. My body is drenched in sweat.
夢。
As far as we know. I must have fallen asleep sometime around noon. What a horrible nightmare. I guess that threatening email I got is still weighing on my mind. I'm glad you haven't forgotten about that. Still, Mayuri had to save me? Even in a dream, that's unacceptable. I'm the one who saves her. That's the way it should be. Besides, Mayuri's not smart enough to talk about time travel like that. I sit up and look around the room. She's right where I expect to find her. In front of the TV, watching a Rhinet Kakeru DVD. On the screen, the Upa riding Kakeru's shoulder is screaming something unintelligible.
マユシエもウーパとお友達になりたいな。
I look at her sitting there all spaced out. Mayuri needs my protection. That dream was wrong. I chug a Dr. P and check my phone. Of course, the Earth would be more lively 70 million years ago, but let's blame it on being a dream and maybe it being some desert. I was actually thinking about that while we were going through that scene because the simple fact that, you know, I'm sure most of you guys have been, I'm sure all you guys know about this too, about the whole theory about how a meteor hit the Earth 65 million years ago, wiped out most of the dinosaurs, etc., most life on Earth. And then the remaining life on Earth had to adapt around the sudden change in the Earth's climate due to the meteor strike. And then the big scary lizards, as we all knew and love, ended up dying out. You know, whichever ones that weren't wiped out by the initial impact of the meteor. But before that point, though, the Earth was still very much lively and filled with all kinds of life, including the dinosaurs. So 70 million years ago, the only way it would have, if that actually was the Earth 70 million years ago, then the only thing that would make sense in regards to at least the actual Earth itself looking like a desert was that we were just simply in a desert. I don't know about the sky being vermilion. I'm pretty sure it would have been blue even back then. But yeah, it doesn't make sense when you actually think about it for a minute. If you have any basic understanding in regards to at least the theories as to what the Earth's climate was like around roughly the time of 70 million years ago. No new emails. I sent Taito a mail several hours ago just to make sure that he really wasn't Suzuha's father. He hasn't replied yet. Did you now? Let me see. Personal question. Do you have a daughter named Suzuha? Or do you know someone named Beryl Taito? If you do, contact me. She's looking for you. Being awfully direct about this. Damn. This ought to be in... This is going to be interesting, if he ever does reply. Oh, hey! Faris is calling. Obviously, Darwin and the others don't know that I changed the past. Hello, Bug Queen.
お前か。秋葉ルミホ。
誰のことかにゃ?
I could have sworn her real name was Akiha Rumio. Don't tell me. Could the D-mail have changed that too? She's probably just plain dumb.
フェイリスはフェイリスにゃ。それ以外の名前は持たないにゃ。
はいはい、そうですね。マナはフェイリスだよな。これは失礼。
Of course, she's just being her usual self.
それで
If Faris is calling me, it might be about the IBN 5100. She did promise to help us find one.
京馬は派手に動きすぎたにゃ。すでに包囲網が敷かれたにゃ。
は?
The cat's out of the bag. Who let Faris out of the bag? More of Faris's usual nonsense?
四天王が動き始めたにゃ。もう逃げられないにゃ。
The four Guardian Kings, eh? Anyone I know?
そうか。だが四天王ごときで俺を止められると思うな。秋葉は血の海になるぞ。
四天王の後には 浦四天王もいるにゃ。その後には白血衆がいるし、さらにブラックエンジェル12も控えてるにゃ。
Okay, so the queens are the king's spouses, obviously. The 8 devils might be the kings and queens as children, and the Black Angel 12 maybe are the family pets.
そんなにいるのか?
Where's Fess when you need her? You know, I now that I think about it, Faris and Fess might actually get along really well together.
それだけ奴らは本気だってことにゃ。今日残念だけどチェックメイトにゃ。
いや、まだだ。あれさえ手に入れれば形勢を逆転できる。
The item, huh?
IBN5100 の情報は未だ手に入らないのか。
にゃー、ごめんにゃ。世界中の情報をかき集めてるけどまだ見つかってないにゃ。
What, so she has no progress to report?
急いでくれ。俺にはもう時間がない。
わかったにゃ。見つかった時はフェイリスから連絡するにゃ。今日それまで死なないでにゃ。
Back at you, cat lady.
死ぬのか。エル、プサイ、コン、ルー。
You didn't even let me finish saying the thing! How rude. She hung up before I could finish. Damn it. That's why I hate talking to Faris. Anyway, moving on. This time around, my search for an IBN 5100 is going poorly. Actually, I suppose I should consider myself lucky for having found one so easily the first time. I mean, the IBN 5100 is practically an urban legend. There are people like Mocha who spent months searching with no success. What is she doing right now, anyway? Last time, it barely took me 3 days to reach Yanibayashi's shrine, almost as if something was guiding me there. It was fate. No, it was the choice of Steins Gate. That's why its loss is so painful. Well, that's what you get for thoughtlessly meddling with the world lines. Unforeseen consequences, they be dire. Net died, so I watch on phone. Oof. Hey, when that happens.
さすが幻って言われる PC だよな。
Dara was sitting at his computer, like always.
アットちゃん情報だけどさ、何年か前にコレクターがうん千万円出してまで手に入れたって話もあるらしいよ。IBN5100 やばい、マジやばい。
そこまでプレミアがつくとは。
And people must know their secret. They're all after the data in CERN's mainframe.
僕的にはすごく不思議なんだよね。実際なんでそんな値段がつくのかマジで謎。もともと高かったっていうのもあるかもしれないけど、当時の値段で2万ドルぐらいしたらしいから。
That is absurdly expensive for a computer, especially when you adjust it for inflation. $20,000. That is expensive.
それにしても手に入らなさすぎな気はする。確かにいいマシンだけど、それはあくまで当時としてはだし、そんな血眼になってまで手に入れる価値があるとは思えねえ。誰かが買い占めてたりして。
The harder something is to obtain, the stronger the desire for it becomes. It's how people are. Well, you're not wrong about that. Just look at just look at us plebs trying to scrounge together what we can for PC components right now. That's exactly how I feel now. In the depths of CERN, completely isolated from the outside, lies a database coded with an IBN 5100. What secrets are sleeping there? Could it contain the data from CERN's time machine research? Could there be proof of the Committee of 300 exists? Well, we already got the answer to that question with the last game. Thanks to Sena. The desire to know grows stronger by the day. It's not just about plunging the world into chaos anymore. We need the power to oppose CERN's evil ambitions. And then there's that threatening email to consider. Daru is confident that CERN won't find us, but I can't afford to take that for granted. Finally! Something that you're saying that actually is smart. After all, we're up against the brightest minds in the world, the scientists who invented the World Wide Web. And they're backed by a secret organization more powerful than any nation. We're way out of our league here. They'd have no trouble at all crushing our puny lab if they desired. Which naturally begs the question why they haven't done so, because clearly we are being watched by somebody, and given the picture that they were so kind to attach to that message, I think we can infer who it is exactly that's watching us. So why haven't they done anything yet is something that is still nagging me constantly. That's why we need a trump card to hold against them. By the way, while I didn't have to be involved, I checked since we have a new chapter, and there are 2 things to get from one mail that you can only get when you're not on the true ending route. So the run you're on right now. I see. But without an IBN 5100, we can't move forward. I'm getting restless.
Whoa! Nanja korea?
Daru suddenly lurches forward to stare at his monitor.
どうした？
いや、こんなのありえないんですけど。
What? What's not right?
どういうことか説明しろ。
今、セルンのルート券ゲットしようといろいろ調べてて。
Oh, you mean CERN servers?
なんかやけにセルンのデータベースの情報が落ちてくんのが早いなと思ってたんだけど。
Okay, what's unusual about that?
これすげえよ。なぜかこのビル周辺からセルンまで直通の光回線が通ってる。しかも1本じゃなくてたくさん束になってるよ。
Direct fiber optic, huh?
直通と普通とは何が違う？
文字通り直通。こっからフランスにあるセルンまでマジで光ケーブルが直接つながってる。
How is that possible? That seems awfully suspicious. A fiber optic cable in this dingy building that we're in right now just so happens to have a direct connection to CERN's headquarters in France? Seems a little bit suspicious, don't you think?
普通の場合は違うのか？
全然違うっつーの。
Daru calls up the National Assembly of France's Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Could that possibly be related to how they're watching us? Whoever sent us that message, this fiber optic cable that apparently connects to CERN's servers all the way in headquarters all the way in France. Are they actually watching us from directly in the building? Then he brings up the command prompt and hammers out some commands.
ほら見てみ。これはこの PC からフランスの国民議会のサイトを見るときの経路なわけ。
Okay, just a bunch of mumbo jumbo I can't really make sense of. Oh, actually, wait. I think I can make sense of some of this. These are okay. These look like IP addresses. And the MS is referring to the speed at which megabytes per second. So yeah, this is a huge jump for sure. Interesting. All right. Yeah, actually, now that I'm actually taking the time to actually look at it, I think I actually can understand most of this.
この PC の IP アドレスが0番のとこな。で、その後、日本国内のいろんな箇所を経由してからフランスに飛んで、そこからさらに国民議会のサイトが置いてあるところまでフランス国内のコンピューターを経由してる。
Well, ain't that just something? But that didn't, okay, so they basically got a relay thing that connects all the way to our building here, but that naturally begs the question, when did they set this connection up? And how are they able to do it under our noses? Because we always have at least one person at the lab here at all times, don't we? Okabe at the very least? Actually, wait, no. Wait. Yeah, I forget. Does anybody actually live in this lab at all? Because I know that Okabe pays for it, pays rent for it, but does anybody actually live here? I feel like I should know this by now, but I'm kind of forgetting it for some reason. I don't know when it happens though exactly, but I don't think you should reach it this stream. Duly noted. Against all odds, it seems like Okabe just happened to pay rent at CERN's base while working against them. Well, I wouldn't call this a base, but it's definitely very weird that we seem to have a fiber optic connection in this building that we're in right now, connected all the way to their headquarters in France. Again, just begs the question, when did they set this thing up? And were they able to do it under our noses? Especially if there's always at least one person here in the lab at all times. How could they have pulled that off without any of us noticing? Nah, nothing suspicious to see here. I remember doing it during our computer classes. You mean this stuff? Using relays? The screen shows tracer route. It's the list of routers your request goes through before it reaches the website you've specified. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Hence the little text up here, this thing that says tracing route with command prompt.
国民議会のサイトを見るためには16度経路が必要なわけ。
16 steps.
平均転送速度は 300ms ぐらい。海外ならこんぐらいが普通。わかりやすく言うと、日本からフランスのサイトを見に行くための道は限られてるわけ。誰でも同じ道を通る。これはフランスだけじゃなくて他の国でも同じだし、日本国内でだって10経路ぐらいは通るんだよ。じゃあ次にセルンを見てみるお。
Daro calls up CERN's homepage on the browser. Then he displays the route like last time. And the result is...
経路はたったの1。
Only one step. Wow. Unlike before, the signal doesn't pass through any intermediate servers. The PC we're using, its registered name is Akihabara PC, is connected directly to CERN in France. This is definitely freaky.
しかも転送速度は普通の数百倍だ。むちゃくちゃ速い。こんな数字国内でも出ないよ。向こうはフランスなのに。
なぜ直通なんだ？ こんなことありえるのか。
クラックする前からこの状態だったのだぜ。僕は何もいじってねえもん。
So, okay, so wait, so this just happened?
このビルには以前からセレンとのホットラインがあるわけか。
Apparently so.
偶然とは思えないな。これはシュタインズゲートの選択である可能性が。
普通だったら絶対にありえない。日本のデータ通信網とは完全に独立したケーブルが1本だけここからセレンまでつながってるなんて。
Likely because we're being watched by them. If you take that message that we received into account. Daru was so excited, he interrupted me.
そんなもんを日本やフランスの通信会社が設置するとは思えないし、となると
設置したのはセルン自身か。
Daru gulps and nods. Cold sweat oozes from his brow. I feel a chill as well. Stern might be able to see everything we're doing. No. Maybe. Maybe Stern has been expecting us for years. How could that be? The answer is simple. John Titor claims that Stern completed their time machine in 2034. Just 2 years later, the world is a dystopia under their rule. Maybe the CERN of 2034 considers our opposition in 2010 a threat. Maybe they use their time machine to travel to 2000, install a fiber optic cable to track our every move. Seems a logical conclusion to make as any. It's not too dissimilar to what I've been thinking that would happen. It's entirely possible. Has the invention of the time machine started an intertemporal war? Most likely. If so, what can we do? Our enemy might be stronger than even I can imagine. No, I mustn't lose heart. I need to think positive.
でもさ、この直通回線があるおかげで LHC をこの PC からでも使えるようになったお。
本当にやったのか。
Wait, the LHC? You mean that big giant turbine-like thing they got there?
わあ、すごいよダル君。
Mayuri pauses her DVD and comes up beside me.
これだけの転送速度だからさ、遠隔操作もタイムラグほぼゼロだお。まだ実際に試してないけど。
That's right. Even if this is some kind of CERN trap, we might be able to make use of it. I don't think we should! I think we should evacuate the building ASAP, go hide somewhere, and then just lay low for at least 2 months. Maybe 3. We're in way over our heads here, okay? They have a direct connection to us, to our lab, to our computers. They are watching us. Now we know beyond a shadow of doubt that they are. We need to get out of here, out of their sight. Or at least try. They're still vulnerable to our attack. I think you might got this backwards, my friend. I think, if anything, we're the ones that are vulnerable to their attack.
LHC ってあの20キロ以上ある大きなトンネルでしょ。結局何をするトンネルなんだっけ。
陽子を加速して衝突させる。
What Daru is saying is that accessing CERN's website doesn't go through the internet at all, means CERN can see Daru's PC as well. Or the lab's router has CERN's site inside copied as a local server. Yeah, pretty much. And Yeah, again, we really should just pack up our bags and get out of here like yesterday. Now.
そうそう
I would be running at this point. If I were in their position, I would be running for my life.
公式発表じゃミニブラックホールは陽子衝突の過程で副産物的に生まれる可能性があるだけって言ってたけど、実は違ったんだ。罠。
極秘の内部資料によれば、初めからブラックホールを作るために建設された装置だった。
But we still know exactly how they do it. We need to think of a way to.
岡部。
Oh, hi, Kurisu. Kurisu suddenly emerges from the development room. She was cooped up in there all morning. Her expression is unusually grave.
どうした？
やっと解が出た。
Figured what out? Figured what out? That's my line!
電話レンジの仕組みのことよ。
Oh, really?
解明したのか？
Kurisu nods. She still hasn't smiled. What if CERN is lying a bear through? They will start chasing you the moment you run. Well, then I just gotta run faster.
あくまで私がわかる範囲で導き出した仮説だけど、今話してた LHC とも大きく関係する話。
LHC は世界一大きな電子レンジである。そういう例えを挙げたのはお前だ、クリスティーナ。
そう、その通りだった。予想は間違ってなかった。電話レンジはとんでもない化け物よ。
A monster.
こんな雑居ビルの一室に置いといていいものじゃない。もちろんネガティブな意味で。
Kurisu clutches her arms as if to keep from trembling.
具体的に説明してもらおう。
電子レンジってもともとはリーダーの研究の結果偶然生まれたことは知ってる？
I actually remember reading about that somewhere a long time ago. But yeah, microwave ovens are indeed actually a byproduct of radar research. Daru and I nod. Mayuri shakes her head. We read up on that back when the phone wave, named subject to change, started acting weird.
発生する電磁波の周波数は 2.45GHz のマイクロ波。電話レンジに使われているのは業務用の強力なやつだから、出力は1500から2000ワットくらいある。で、ここからが重要。
Kurisu goes on to explain that the electromagnetic waves output by the microwave are somehow connected to the electromagnetic waves output by the phone. In fact, you could say they fuse together.
確かにダルの設計図によれば、電子レンジと携帯、2つの機器に共通する電磁波を飛ばすためのリード線は、マグネトロンの陰極と陽極にそれぞれ結線してある。
Magnetron. A type of vacuum tube used in microwave ovens and radar and is known for producing strong microwaves. That's some good work from home conditions, I'll say. Imagine having an optic fiber going over like half of the world. Even telescopes have to rely on sending drives by mail packages between labs, since there's too much at once. I learn something new every day. On one hand, we have the microwave's super strong electromagnetic waves, originally a byproduct of the military's research into radar technology. On the other, we have the cell phone's standardized electromagnetic waves, a frequency now ubiquitous throughout the world. What happens when you fuse those two waves?
どっちも電波を使うことに関しては一致している。それがどんな範囲でどんな強さで影響を及ぼすのかはちゃんと調べたわけじゃないし、私は専門家でもないから想像がつかないけど、仮に携帯電話を踏み台にして周囲何百キロっていう広範囲に影響を及ぼすような軍事用電磁波がまき散らされたとするなら、秋葉原どころか東京が丸ごと電子レンジの中と同じ状態になる。
Holy shit.
中にいる人が死に至るまでの時間は体重差にもよるけど、平均しておよそ3分。
Again, holy fucking shit. We created a WMD in a man cave with a leftover microwave oven and a box of scraps. Why did I call it a freaking microwave onion? What is wrong with me?
マジ？じゃあ電話レンジって大量破壊兵器ってことじゃね？
Is it really that powerful?
あの電話レンジの中で起きてることを教えてあげるわ。レンジ内の目に見えない水素に対し電磁波のエネルギー順位が上昇する。これは通常の電子レンジの機能。そこに携帯電話の拡散型電磁波が加わることによってレンジ内のあらゆる素粒子が衝突を繰り返すごとに質量を増していって高速に近い円運動を始める。それはいわば加速器のようなもの。
Is that what that discharge phenomenon is?
加速器。
It's literally the same as the LHC.
じゃあ LHC がミニブラックホールを生成するために作られたのなら、やはりこの電話レンジカッコ仮もミニブラックホールを生み出している。
Kurisu doesn't deny it. So if we okay, so if the phone wave can create miniature black holes and we're able to send messages via D-mails through those miniature black holes that are contained within the phone wave, then wouldn't that prove then that the wormhole theory of time travel is correct? Because the whole idea behind the wormhole theory is that the black hole is meant to act as basically a mode of transportation. You go in one end and something goes out the other. Only normally what tends to go through it will end up getting pulverized by all the gravitational force. So we basically create a wormhole in the microwave, right? If I'm understanding this right?
こんなに安定して動作しているのが奇跡よ。ただまだわからない点があって、ミニブラックホールが生成されたとしてもそれは一瞬で蒸発してしまうはずなの。
So why don't they?
でもこの電話レンジはどうやらそうじゃない。バナナや唐揚げがゼリーマンになっていることからそれは明らか。 LHC と同じようにミニブラックホールはカーブラックホールに変化している。
タイターの理論によればミニブラックホールにカーブラックホール効果を生み出すためには電子注入が必要だった。
And apparently our little phone attached to the microwave does just that then, huh?
その注入される電子がどこから来ているのかそれがわからないの。 LHC はリフターによってブラックホールに電子を注入して重力場をコントロールしていた。 リフターに代替するものがこの電話レンジのどこかにある。
A lifter.
どこかって？
What about the... Okay, maybe it's the objects that we put into... Wait a minute, no. Actually, wait, yes. Because physical objects that we put into the thing end up being jellified, but D-mails end up going through too. So could D-mails in of themselves act as lifters in this case? This is wild. Oh wait, only now went back and internet went down the moment you respond to my comment. 64 minutes ago? Or then maybe Mayuri simply rounded the number up and it's a post-meteor? oh, million years ago, that's what you meant. Maybe. Kurisu was actually referencing a popular conspiracy theory at the time that turning on all electronics at once in a city would fry everyone inside, and the government planted activation chips for it. I think I actually remember hearing that a few times before. Wasn't that part of the whole... Wasn't that around the time the whole Y2K craze happened? When people were worried about stuff like that, about all the computers just spontaneously malfunctioning and launching nukes everywhere? Because I think I remember hearing that several kinds of crazy conspiracy theories like that were all occurring around roughly the turn of the millennium. And what you're telling me just now, I think might have been one of them. It wouldn't work like that, of course. Fortunately for us.
だからわからないのよ。
So I guess that's what it comes down to. All Kurisu's explanation does is confirm our hypothesis that the phone wave, named subject to change, functions the same as the LHC.
LHC とは何か復習してみる必要がありそうだな。
It's time for our LHC Moe guy to shine. Hey there, tighter daughter you. It's easy to pretend to be someone you're not. Ain't that the truth? Ultimately, however, there's no escaping the contradictions between your false self and the real you. It's a paradox, and paradoxes can't hold. I tried to tell myself that I didn't need anyone, that forming bonds would only hurt, but somehow I ended up joining your circle of friends. I still don't know if it was for the best. No, I'm sure it was. Without you, I would have given up on ever finding my dad. I don't know why I wrote all this. I guess what I'm trying to say is... thanks. Pretending to be someone you're not, huh? So who exactly are you pretending to be then, Suzuha? If not the person you present yourself as? Who are you really? Can I select this? Yep, there we go. Are we sharing confessions now? Be careful to whom you expose your innermost feelings. They may use them against you. Solid advice, all things considered. Wait a minute, was there someone attached to that thing? Oh, no.
LHC はラージハドロンコライダーの略だね。和訳すると大型ハドロン衝突型加速器ってところかな。
ハドロン？
素粒子の名前。
でこいつはフランスとスイスにまたがる形で作られた円形の巨大地下トンネルで、全長は約27キロ、地下100メートルの深さにある。
Wow.
トンネルの中には2本のリングが通ってて、リングの中は超低温の真空状態なんだお。つまり宇宙環境を再現してるわけ。マジ燃える。陽子の加速は隣接する施設から線形加速器陽子シンクロトロンブースター SPS で段階的に加速されて、最後に LHC に注入され敷き詰められた超電導磁石による最後の加速を行うんだ。最終的には高速の 99.999991% にまで達するを。 LHC やばい。電話レンジほどじゃないけどな。
That was a lot of Q's. Fun fact, Q is actually the number 9 in Japanese.
でもって加速させた陽子を1秒間に10億から100億回ぐらい衝突させる。そこで起きる高エネルギー反応について観測するのが LHC 計画の目的って一応公表されてる。大嘘だったけど。
I guess that about covers it.
そこでラボ面諸君に聞きたい。我が電話レンジカッコ仮によってセルンを出し抜き物理的タイムトラベルは可能かどうか。
I would kind of argue that based on what we've personally have observed so far, we may already have, at least in this timeline. But then again, it's possible they've already beaten us too, and we just don't. Maybe we both came up with our methods at the same time. Who knows?
問題は2点ある。局所場指定とリフター。
局所場指定については前も言った通りだ。D メールはきちんと指定先に届いている。
検証もなしに結論を出すのは危険よ。
How exactly are you supposed to verify something like that here, given the nature of the results every time the experiment is successfully performed? When it's successful, everything ends. You, me, the world we're in, it all ends, and then the world changes. The world line changes, and our memories along with it, except for Okabe's. Are you actually willing to just take Okabe's word at face value with this thing for everything? I know we the audience can, but I don't know if Kurisu can. Agreed.
リフターの代わりを担っているものについてはすでにあることは分かっている。その何かを見つければいいだけの話だ。
見つけられるとは思えない。この小さな電子レンジの中を私たちはもう何日もかけて調べまくっているけど、ヒントさえ手に入らない。
Maybe the lifter in question is something that is not perceivable to the naked eye. Hence why we've been unable to find it.
もし仮に見つけ出したとしても、注入する電子量の調整にはさらに膨大な時間がいる。
膨大ってどんぐらい？
セルンは9年をかけても解決できていない。
We're just amateurs, so it's bound to take even longer. I'm not so sure about that. I mean, the fact that we were able to concoct a WMD within this stinky little apartment of ours is pretty impressive, all things considered, especially given the resources we have at our disposal. We might be able to crack this thing a lot sooner and more efficiently than we might think at first. Which, chances are, that's exactly what's going to end up happening. And I bet you CERN's counting on that. Which is why they're watching us. Most likely. Wait. I have an idea.
ならば 発想を逆転させてみよう。セルンは人間を物理的にタイムトラベルさせようとしたが、注入電子量の調整がうまくいかず、得意点を裸にできていない。
I took that fact from 999. Hey, kind of fit, and hey, it fits now that I think about it. I miss those games. I still need to finish Zero Time Dilemma.
それはこの電話レンジカッコ仮も同じことだ。ゼリーマンにならず、無事に送れるデータ量は36バイトプラスアルファだけ。そこで逆に考えるんだ。一人の人間を丸ごとデータ化し、それを36バイトプラスアルファまで圧縮してしまえばいいと考えるんだ。
That would require an insane amount of data compression. Furthermore, thinking about it now, a big issue with data compression is the possibility for the data to degrade. Because if you just compress and decompress data all the time, then data degradation tends to follow. What ends up being there originally may not stay intact, and it tends not to the more it happens. So if we were to take all the data that comprises a human and compress it into something that small, and then decompress it once it reaches its destination, then would that human in question remain fully intact after arriving at the destination, or would a part of them be lost as a result of data degradation, as a natural consequence of the decompression of the data, or decryption, or whatever you want to use, what word I mean. If that same principle applies to just actual electronic data via files on our computers, then it would be logical to assume that the same principle would hold true for humans, would it not? Y2K was a potential software error coming from most programs using WW format instead of www. Despite a lot of panic, it took almost an entire year, and all relevant programs were patched one by one. Yeah, that's what the whole hubbub was about. I remember now.
そうすれば D-mail と同じようにリング得意点を通過できるではないか。
人間を丸ごとデータ化ってそんなことできるわけないじゃん。もしできたとしてもそのデータ容量天文学的な数字になるんじゃね。それをどうやってたったの36バイトまで圧縮するん。バカなの？死ぬの？
いいアイデアだと思ったんだが。
He might be onto something though. Because if you are able to somehow compress a human into that small of a data package, then all you would need then at that point is a physical vessel to put that human into during the process, and compress that within 36 bytes of data too. So that way, they go through the wormhole, arrive on the other side, they decompress along with whatever vessel they happen to be in as they travel through the wormhole, through the black hole, and then they arrive on the other side intact, so to speak. Assuming, of course, that data degradation, like what I was just talking about a second ago, doesn't come into effect after the process is completed. Okabe effectively proposes how sci-fi teleportation works. Makes sense. I guess it's not that easy. The barriers to time travel are just too high. I turned to Kurisu, meaning to ask her opinion, and then I realized that her expression had changed dramatically. Her eyes are wide as saucers, and her mouth is hanging open.
そうか。それなら、もしかしたら。
She pauses for a second, and then...
できるかもしれない。
Do what? Compress a human into a 36 byte text message? Can you... Okay. Can you imagine the literal physical pressure that must feel like to be compressed into something that infinitesimally small? Do what? Time travel? It's hard to believe what Kurisu is saying, even though it was my idea in the first place.
本気で言っているのか。
Kurisu grins triumphantly in response.
少なくともデータ容量の超圧縮については簡単よ。
Okay, how?
LHC で作ったブラックホールを利用すればいい。ブラックホールは飲み込んだあらゆるものを超圧縮してしまうんだから。
Oh, the LHC that CERN has.
圧縮するものが単なるデータなら人間みたいに潰されることで命が失われることもない。
Wait a minute. CERN has a direct line in our building. They're watching us. So wouldn't it stand to reason then that they probably also have this place bugged with microphones too? Are they actually... could they be listening in on our conversation right now as we speak? And are just jotting notes down? Maybe... Guys, can we please at the very least just take this conversation out somewhere else outside the building? Especially since we just established that CERN's got a direct line in our building. Just to be on the safe side. Ay, ay, ay. This is all gonna come back to bite us in the ass. Mark my words. We are not being anywhere near as cautious as we should be, and we are going to pay dearly for it sooner or later. Mark my words. That being said, I need to go to the bathroom again, so I shall return in a bit. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Wait, before you... Okay, I'll read Ammonius' thing first. The game conflates data compression and physical compression. When you compress data, you simply replace repetitive parts with short mathematical equivalent, not squeeze it tighter. Okay. Yeah, that's... Huh. Yeah, okay, that actually makes sense. So basically what we would have to happen then is we would have to, if we were going to go with the mathematical compression method, we would basically have to subtract enough parts of ourselves in order to fit within a 32-byte text message data. Yeah, no, I should probably just not... I should probably just avoid this line of thinking. It's gonna make my head hurt, I can already tell. But wait, before you progress the story, quiz. What do you know about Kurisu as what she does for a living / education? She's a student, isn't she? She doesn't have a job or anything like that, but she's just a foreign exchange student? I get it. Actually, wait, I should wait. But what she studies specifically... crap. I know this was mentioned at the very beginning of the story. What was it? Something to do with physics, I know that much, I think. I'm trying to rack my brain, but I'm drawing blanks. Come on, I know it's gotta be right in front of me, whatever it is. I'm assuming it has something to do with the compression method that she's proposing, right? Yeah, I can't for the life of me remember what it is she specializes in. Son of a bitch. Why did my memory have to fail me here of all times? There's no way would this information be in the tips list. If the information is part of her character intro from all the way back in the first chapter, then I could just simply look it up without it being a spoiler, right? Let me see something. Nope. You really can't compress meaningful data to even half its size. You can't get even one file to byte size. Though you may take forever and send data at 36 byte BPS speed, but compression wouldn't be needed. Yeah, that is true. It was mentioned only once, but on a CG, it was a newspaper article about her lecture. Okay, then maybe I should just... You know what? Since that will help me figure out where since that helps me figure out where it's at, why don't I just do something real quick? Why don't I just confirm it? Up, shit! God damn it, I just had it! All right, let's try that again. If I just lifted my finger 1 millisecond sooner, I would have had it. Nope. 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 Here we are. Right around here. Converting a human's memories to data. Oh. That was her theory. So you convert. So instead of sending the physical person through the Kerr black hole, all you do is you just send their memories through. But wait a minute. If you're sending their memories through, then you would need to have something on the other side in order to send the memories into, correct? So would that then mean that you would essentially need to send memories of your memories from your present self to your past self or your future self then? Where you basically, you yourself end up acting as the receiver rather than, say, a phone. I'm assuming that's how it would work, right? Unless you can send your own memories into another person, into another human being altogether, different brain wiring and all. Funny enough, just today there was an announcement about digitizing and simulating a fly's brain in full. Today? There was an announcement for that sort of thing? Oh shit, what did I say? But wait, can we really pull off such a stunt? Besides, hold that thought. Okay. Digitizing a fly's brain. Son of a bitch, I didn't spell that goddamn thing right. Okay. Digitizing and simulating a fly's brain. This one right here? Is it this? The first digital brain just walked. Fruit fly emulation signals human copy-paste consciousness. Son of a bitch. For decades, the singularity was imagined as the domain of artificial minds. Algorithms trained on oceans of data, reinforcement learning agents mastering games, and neural networks scaling to trillion parameter behemoths. But something extraordinary just happened. A team at Eon Systems PVC, led by senior scientist Philip Shiu, has demonstrated the world's first embodied whole brain emulation. Not an AI trained to mimic biology, not a reinforcement learning policy, a literal copy of a biological brain, neuron by neuron, synapse by synapse, running inside a physics simulated body. In 2024, Shiu and collaborators published in Nature a computational model of the entire adult fruit fly brain. 125,000 neurons and 50 million synaptic connections, built from the flywire connectome and machine learning predictions of neurotransmitter identity. That model predicted motor behavior of 95% accuracy, but it was disembodied, a brain without a body. Now, the ghost has found its machine. Using the NeuroMechFly V2 framework and MuJoCo physics simulation, Eon integrated the connectome-based brain emulation with a digital fly body. Sensory input flows in, neural activity propagates through the complete connectome, motor command flows out, and the simulated body moves. And here's the jaw dropper. Scientists just copied a fruit fly's brain into a computer. Neuron by neuron. No training data. No machine learning. It woke up and started walking. No one taught it to walk. No gradient descent. It just knew what to do. That is insane. That is fucking insane. A fruit fly brain has 140, has around 140,000 neurons. A human brain has around 86 billion, and we've gotten pretty good at scaling. This isn't an animation. It isn't reinforced learning. It's a biological connectome running silico, producing naturalistic behaviors. The implications are staggering. C. elegans projects like OpenWorm modeled 302 neurons. DeepMind's Mujoko Fly use reinforced learning, not connectome dynamics. No one has ever shown a complete emulated brain driving a body through multiple behaviors. Until now. Eon's mission is clear. Scale from fly to mouse, 70 million neurons, and eventually to human. With expansion microscopy mapping every neural connection and massive calcium/voltage imaging datasets, capturing active patterns, the groundwork for a digital mouse, and eventually a digital human, is being laid. We're literally setting the groundwork to being able to create full-on digital human copies of ourselves. So basically, the whole plot line of Soma, the video game, is being made manifest before our eyes, and the first major breakthrough is the freaking fruit fly. That's basically what you're telling me. Meaning the first digital human won't be built by OpenAI or DeepMind. It can be copied from someone already alive. Your consciousness is software. And someone just proved it can be copy-pasted. Well, this could definitely send certain people into quite the existential crisis. If I gotta be perfectly frank here. To be honest, it's kind of making me feel a tiny bit of existential dread myself. I'm assuming this is what you're referring to, right, Ammonius? That article I just read? Holy shit. Wow. I honestly don't know what to say here about that. That's just that's mind-blowing. You can literally copy and paste the brain of an already living creature. What do I even say to that? Okay, that's definitely something I gotta take some time to process. Honestly, forgot the CG was shown in the prologue outside of Chapter 1, and didn't expect you to actually check it personally so fast. Because I thought it was only shown when Dara was going with Okabe to the lecture, but I guess I misremembered something. took only 12 years since the game released. Only 12 years. Like, holy shit, that's not long at all. We live in interesting times. Yeah, we certainly do. Now, part of me is actually starting to wonder if it'll be possible for me to actually be able to copy and paste my own brain before I'm dead of old age. But I don't know. It seems to miss the chemical part of the life/brain. Well, that's the thing. Your brain is affected by physical stimuli in the environment around you. So naturally, that would affect one's own brain patterns, their own thoughts, etc. If you were to take a human consciousness and then put it into a completely digitized environment with a simulated body, then you would have to you wouldn't have those factors present to potentially influence the thought patterns of the copy-pasted individual. That stimuli wouldn't exist anymore. Unless you could find a way to emulate those too. But then work would then have to go into essentially creating a quote-unquote realistic emulation of a world in which the human brain might inhabit. And I think Soma actually explored this particular part, this particular thing too, if memory serves me right. If memory serves me right, that game actually, I'm trying to think how to word this. It shows that if the human brain detects something is wrong with its perception of its own senses of the world around it, etc., etc. If it's able to detect that something is off, that could hint to it even on a subconscious level that the world that they're in is not a real one. It's a digital construct. The brain could at least on a subconscious level figure that information out about its environment just by how it would try to register sensory inputs. Only it would not be able to do that within the digital environment. Those sensory inputs would be completely non-existent in that environment. The brain would detect that lack of sensory inputs and would fill that person with an unbearably uncomfortable feeling until eventually they either figure it out or the lack of stimulation just fills them with an overpowering anxiety. Now, it's been years since I've looked into the story of Soma, so I might be misremembering a couple things, but I was pretty sure at one point that game, when it came to exploring this particular aspect of putting a human consciousness into a different environment outside of a human body, this was one of the things that it briefly touched upon, is putting that human within a fully digital environment rather than a physical one without any of the normal physical sensations their body's normal sensory inputs would be able to register. And because of that lack of input, it would end up creating severe cognitive something. I don't think dissonance is the right word. It would create a severe cognitive something in their minds that they would be able to pick up on, and it would drive a lot of them crazy because of how utterly wrong it feels to, in their minds, their brains, or rather their digital brains. And I remembered thinking back when the very concept of such a thing was first introduced to me in that game, thinking about it for a while, how horrifying it would be to find yourself in such a situation like that, where you could basically be in the real world as you experience it here and now. One day, as far as your conscious mind could go is concerned, you're still part of the normal world as you know it, and then the next time your mind registers something new, you find yourself in a new environment, but something about it just feels feels inherently wrong to you somehow. And at first you may not even understand why that is. It may not necessarily be due to something you see, but rather something you don't sense. In that case, your normal bodily senses, your sensory inputs, they're not working properly because you're in an environment, you're in a simulated environment that does not trigger those sensory inputs that your brain essentially is reliant on to help stabilize itself. I remember imagining finding myself in a situation like that and thinking to myself, I probably would go crazy too if I found myself in a situation like that. Doubly so if I could somehow manage to piece together what it is that's wrong for me in that case. Okay. Brain is composed of several layers. The bottom one, which reacts to hunger, pain, and reward hormones. So dopamine, I guess. So dopamine, serotonin, and that stuff. But if it's in a computer, these can be triggered directly. Same with a copy of the brain before dying. I guess it would make some people self-confirm their existence. About why we were born when they were, where they were. Instead of being born in North Korea, or 5,000 years ago, or 100 years in the future. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I think it would definitely cause a lot... Yeah, it would definitely cause a lot of people to try to confirm if they exist. Because of the sensory inputs being so screwy in such a simulated environment. If the simulated environment would not be able to, you know, correctly simulate the environment all the way up into including sensory inputs correctly, and the person's brain would be able to pick up on it, even if the person's brain in question is a digital copy, because the digital copy would by necessity have knowledge, information, etc., muscle memory, for lack of a better description, of what it's like to actually be in a physical world with all the physical stimuli that would follow. And if you suddenly find yourself in an environment that is completely bereft of that, it's going to screw with you. Even if you may not be consciously aware of why it's doing it at first. Again, for me, stuff like that is nightmare-inducing to think about. Also better be finishing Zero Time Dilemma soon, then, for unmentioned reasons. You mean me? Alright, let's move on.
人間のデータ化についてはどうするつもりだ？
サイエンス誌に私の論文が載ったっていうことは知ってるわよね。
なぜいきなり自慢を始めるのだ？
その論文を読んだことは？
I haven't.
おう、その号のサイエンス誌ならスキャンして撮ってあるお。
Dara opens his image folder, scrolls past tons of 2D porn, and opens up the scanned image. Sure enough, there's Karisu's name in big English letters.
論文のタイトルは側頭葉に蓄積された記憶に関する神経パルス信号の解析。
側頭葉？神経パルス？
What an amazing piece of single image foreshadowing. Seriously! And all the way at the very prologue, too. Yes, because there was something that gave me strong flashbacks to that topic. Well, this definitely gave me flashbacks to Soma.
あれ？オカリン知らなかったん？
いや待て、からかうのはよせ。このタイトルは物理学というより脳科学の分野では。
Brain science. The scientific study of the brain. This field incorporates biology, genetics, medicine, psychology, and electrical engineering.
I
don't recall asking for a head doctor. What? I can't believe it. From the way she talks about particle accelerators and time travel theory, I was sure she had to be a physicist. Yeah, that's what I thought too at first.
いや、それはまあいいとして。それとタイムトラベルとどんな関係が？
人間丸ごとのデータ化は無理でも、人間の記憶丸ごとのデータ化なら可能っていうこと。
Converting memories to data? Kurisu proceeds to explain her thesis. Memories accumulate in something called the parahippocampal gyrus. Why is this so hard for me to say? Parahippocampal gyrus. Or hippocampus. Yeah, thank you. I'll go with that. Which is located in the temporal lobe of the brain. But what exactly are memories? Kurisu's thesis analyzes that question from a brain science perspective. All of the brain's functions manifest as electrical signals running through its neurons. Even memories are written into the hippocampus by electrical signals. Kurisu analyzed how specific electrical signals correspond to specific memories. The mechanism by which humans recall memories can be likened to a word association game. You begin with a vague, abstract image, which calls successive images of increasing clarity.
タンスの引き出しの一つ一つには小さい箱がびっしり入ってるの。で、そのたくさんの箱の中にもさらに小さな小箱がいっぱい。そんな風に想像してもらえばいい。
Kurisu discovered that the number of retrieval commands, nerve impulses used to search up memories, is surprisingly low. Out of hundreds of millions of nerve impulse patterns in the brain, only a few thousand are related to memory. That's small. It was the successful analysis of these patterns that earned Kurisu and her research team critical acclaim in the scientific community.
この研究単体だけじゃ岡部の言ったアイデアとは全然関係なさそうだけど、もう一つあるの。私の通ってる大学、ビクトル・コンドリア大学の精神生理学研究所がビジュアルリビルディング、略して VR 技術っていうのを何年か前に開発した。
Visual rebuilding.
簡単に説明すると、ビデオカメラなんかの映像機器に映した風景の映像信号を神経パルス信号にコンバートする技術のこと。
Isn't this related to some of the same technology that the villains in Chaos had used in order to create hallucinations in people's minds as part of the new gen killings? Because this seems kind of familiar, what I'm looking at here.
逆に神経パルスを普通の電気信号にコンバートすることもできる。で、この VR 技術と私たちの研究を組み合わせるとどうなると思う？
まさか
人間の記憶のデータ化？
それだけじゃない。記憶の移植、バックアップ、外部保存、そういうことができるようになる。
It's like science fiction. In a sense, this technology could be used to copy a person's soul. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's no longer science fiction, going by that article I just read. According to Kurisu, some religious groups strongly opposed this research, as you might expect. On the other hand, the medical community is ecstatic about the possibilities. In any case, it's amazing that my assistant here was able to make such an incredible discovery. course. She did have a university supporting her, but still.
つまりお前はこう言いたいのだな。 D メールと同じ要領で被験者の記憶を含む脳内情報を光信号として取り出し、それを LHC で発生させたミニブラックホールを利用して超圧縮36バイトプラスアルファのサイズにまでして電話レンジカッコ仮で生成したカーブラックホールのリング特異点を通過させ、携帯電話を通して過去の被験者自身の脳に記憶だけをぶち込む。
どういうこと？
Basically, in layman's terms, we copy paste a present person's memories into their past version's brains. Literal copy paste.
記憶だけの時間跳躍。物理的転送によるタイムトラベルと区別するために、仮にこっちはタイムリープと定義しましょうか。肉体を含めた物理的転送ではなく、記憶だけを過去へと跳躍させる。あまりに突飛すぎて誰もまともに考えようとしなかった方法。
Hold on a second. Is this how Okabe is able to retain his memories despite all the world lines he keeps jumping into? Is that he's somehow able to send his memories into the brain of another version of himself to each new world line that forms with each new action he takes that changes it? Because that could then explain then how he's able to retain all his memories all the way up into the end of one world line and the start of another. Okay. By the way, if you ever wondered why Kurisu makes so many brain jokes, it makes sense now. Check images in the general on the server. Was it on before you even was on before you even asked? As a dialogue, that is on one of those images. On the server, you said? Let me see. Alright, let me just... Let me just pull it up then. Would you go away? You're blocking my sight. Thank you. Visual rebuilding. Oh, holy shit, I remembered correctly. It literally is the same technology. It's a technology currently being researched in the field of psychophysiology in America. With this technology, even those who have been blind from birth will be able to accurately view anything that the eyes can naturally perceive. This is made possible by using video equipment such as video cameras. Yeah! I remember these diagrams. Well, how about that? The diagram wasn't important. Well, yeah, the diagram wasn't important, but I mean the dialogue. But yeah, the dialogue was. Yeah. So how about that? Another element from Chaos Head coming forward and becoming very relevant to the hijinks that we're getting involved in this story. She's right. The idea is ridiculous, which is exactly why none of the geniuses at CERN could come up with it. But this union of physics, brain science, and psychophysiology will make the impossible possible. to transfer memories to the past via cell phone, to time leap.
ポイントは転送するのは記憶だけってこと。人格や意識についてはこれに含まない。
どういうことだ？ SF 小説によくあるタイムリープとは何か違うのか？
Hold on. What is your Give me a second. What exactly is personality and consciousness if not the sum of a person's memories and life experiences from the earliest points that they can recall in their lives all the way up until the present moment? Those memories, those experiences, everything that led to that person being shaped into who they are today, both by the environment themselves, internal factors relating to their own biology and neurological wiring, etc., but mainly the memories. How exactly can personality and consciousness not be transferred if memories end up being the end result of the personality and consciousness in question? I'm not sure if I'm getting getting this through in a way that makes sense, but this probably goes into the realm of philosophy rather than science, I'll admit, but everything that you experience everything that you experience throughout your life, every single thing, does that not shape you into the person that you are from all your personality quirks, etc.? How? Maybe unless there's something I'm missing here, then I would think it would stand to reason that those aspects of yourself should get transferred over too, considering how foundational memories are into forming a person's identity. So wouldn't it then be possible then in that case that if personality and consciousness, well, actually no, maybe not consciousness per se, but the memories themselves could still, in a way, reshape a person's personality, could they not? Even if in only superfluous ways? Because if your brain is suddenly flooded with memories that you didn't have before, that you didn't have previously, you go over those memories in your head, and maybe on some level, when you think about those memories and you analyze them, you can kind of at least logically understand why you made X, Y, or Z decisions that led to those memories being formed, etc., etc. Then wouldn't the information that comes from those memories and how your own decisions that related to the formation of those memories in our timeline, wouldn't any of that imprint on you when those memories are copied and pasted into your brain? Okay, I really don't know if I'm getting across what it is I'm trying to convey here, because this is complex stuff right here. I'm not sure I have the proper vernacular to really get across what I'm trying to get across here. But the ultimate point I'm trying to get at here is, surely there has to be more than just memories that can get transferred from one version of yourself to another, if you were to effectively copy and paste your memories into another version of yourself, right? It was what Takumi said. Yeah, I was more focused on Takumi name-dropping the said university. It's most fascinating to watch a Steins playthrough after Chaos Head. Most people haven't played Chaos Head. Old computers had no separation of storage and program, shared space. Means software could write over own code or blocks that handle decision branching. This is how you can get crazy NES glitches. Huh. I didn't know that. If memory is from 10 years ago, it could affect you back then, but if you saw it right now, it wouldn't change your personality. Maybe not necessarily. Maybe. As someone with some knowledge of AI research and being a bit of anti-religion, in the philosophical debate, I lean to the personality being a stack of saved stimuli reaction data. Well, I lean more on the spiritual side of the debate myself. But I will confess that that article I read a little bit ago is definitely something that even a guy like me can't really ignore, given its implications. Because of how disconnected the said memory is after not even that big amount of time. Yeah, the disconnect. I see what you mean. The disconnect in of itself would essentially do a lot to prevent your personality, so to speak, from being overwritten by just the memories, I suppose. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
SF とかでよくあるタイムリープは意識、人格、記憶のすべてが跳躍している。でも意識や人格まで含めるとデータ量は膨大になるだろうし、そもそも私の研究室が解析できたのは記憶の部分だけだから。意識、人格と記憶は別と考えて。記憶はコンピューターでいうところの画像データや映像データと同じ。それに対して意識と人格はいわば OS ということになる。
容量ってことなら OS より画像や映像の方が大きい場合もあるじゃん。
あくまで例えよ。そもそも人格や意識って未だにどこにあるのか、どんな仕組みでそれが成立しているのかはっきりしないの。だからそれをデータ化して移植するのは少なくとも私には無理。
記憶だけの場合、どんなデメリットが予想される？
パーソナリティは記憶だけで形成されるわけじゃない。だから記憶を転送しても転送先の意識や人格に依存する。
Windows で言うと Vista の入ってる PC で作ったデータを95の入ってる PC にコピペするって感じか？
Pretty much, based on my own understanding of how this stuff works. Mean doors. Fictional. The term widely used, the most widely used operating system in the world. Min doors, so Windows?
最新の OS で作られたデータが旧式の OS でちゃんと動作するかはわからないわけ。何らかの不具合が出るかも。それに例えば小学生の頃の自分に今の記憶を転送した場合、記憶と肉体のギャップのせいで精神的な障害が起きるかもしれない。
Might give herself a concussion, huh?
いずれにせよ、過去の自分の体に転送することが前提条件だという認識で正しいが。
Kurisu nods at my question.
D メールと同じように携帯電話を介して行われる跳躍だから、正確に言うと過去の自分の体でなおかつ携帯を持ってる時点までしか跳躍できないと思う。
There's an exception in Lukaku's case where we sent a D-mail to a pager, but that doesn't apply to time leaping.
それに飛ばされた先が同一人物じゃないと、例えれば電気信号がマッチングせずに弾かれてしまう恐れも。
Projected. So, rejected in what way exactly? Like, what exactly would happen if it's rejected?
そもそも他人の体に入っちゃったら大変だしね。まあ僕的には可愛いおにゃの子の中なら喜んで入るけど。
Is this guy capable of a non-perverted thought?
うへへじゃないわよ、バカ。弾かれるだけならいいけど、もしかすると深刻な人格障害まで起きる恐れがあるのよ。どんな結果になるかわからない人類初の試みだから。
That makes us pioneers. I like it.
はっきりしているのは、自分が生まれる以前へは絶対にいけないということ。自分が二人同時に存在することはないっていうこと。だからタイムパラドックスが発生する心配はない。自分が生まれる前に親を殺すことはできないの。
携帯がブラックホールとホワイトホールの代わりということだな。
So it would seem. I think every person fells after waking up, as if the previous day was distant. It's because of your brain transferring memories from the short-term memory to the long-term one. Ironically, one of the selling points of Windows is, as long as format is the same, files would work the same even 40 years ago. Of course, old PC would need software to run them. Feels, not fells. Well, in regards to the Windows point, isn't it also well documented though that there's a lot of compatibility issues when it comes to running lots of different software programs and certain types of files, etc., across radically different versions of Windows? Because I always that's definitely an issue I frequently run into when it comes to even running certain Windows games, even on my Windows 10 PC that I'm playing on right now. Even for games that were made for Windows XP or Windows 7, etc. Unless then again, maybe I'm just not understanding what's being said here. That's probably possible. Might need a little more clarification because I feel like I might be misunderstanding something. It seems like a strange coincidence that cell phones would be the medium of time travel. But really, could it have been anything else? These days, people wear their phones like a second skin. Ain't that the truth? No other medium could reliably deliver the memories to their intended target. Feels like a bit of social commentary. The more I think about it, the more I realize that this was meant to be. He's doing it again. Feels, not fells. So yeah, viewing old memories shouldn't change personality unless you also transfer connections that make up trauma. Trauma being an example. So, by that logic, then, it is possible to rewrite at least part of a person's personality depending on the specific type of memories and associated traumas, like in the example you just gave, that you end up transferring from one version of yourself to another. In other words, the emotional reaction that certain memories end up instilling within the person plays a key role. Assuming I'm understanding what you're saying, right, Liz? I whip out my phone and place it to my ear.
俺だ。すべての点が一本の線でつながった。ああ、計画はこれより最終段階に入る。無論、オペレーションベルダンディのことだ。
Verthanti sounds familiar. What's that? Chinobu, the middle child of the three Norns, the goddesses of fate in Norse mythology. The three sisters tend to the world tree, Yggdrasil, which has roots in Urd's fountain. Verthandi, specifically, is the north of the present, popularized in Japan by a certain goddess manga. It's ringing a bell, but is it Oh My Goddess what they're referring to there? At least I think that's what it was called. Never seen that one, or read it, or whatever it was. Could be a light. It could have been a light novel for all I know.
シュタインズゲートの選択通りだったというわけだ。案ずるな。うまくやってみせるさ。今の俺たちは無敵だ。ヘルプサイコングルー。
I put away my phone and turned to Kurisu.
今言った通りだ。クリスティーナよ。これよりオペレーションベルダンディを開始する。
いや、少しはどういうことか説明しろよ。
お前の言うタイムリープ案を全面採用すると言っているのだ。ちなみにここまで俺をその気にさせておいて、脳内情報のデータ化はここではできませんなどとは言わせんぞ。
まあ秋葉原ならパーツも揃ってるからなんとかなるとは思うけど。
決まりだ。これよりお前を作戦主任に任命する。俺やダルをこき使って構わん。
Okabe, you fool! You realize what you've just done? You've relinquished power, authority, and control to your assistant. That means she's your boss now. What comes your way is your fault at this point. You get no sympathy from me.
史上初のタイムリープマシンを完成させるぞ。
Kurisu nods. Her eyes are shining with a fierce, hungry light. As I thought, she's a scientist to the core. Transferring memories would be like loading a save file. Everything is the same, but you just have some extra information from the future. Yeah, that analogy makes sense to me. Yeah, I like that. No, I meant that Kurisu's method shouldn't change personality because of only sending memories part of the brain, while not knowing which parts make up consciousness and personality. Oh, I see. We are also doing some crazy upgrade tech that even CERN hasn't considered, while still in a CERN compromised building. Yeah! What could possibly go wrong, am I right? But hey, I guess we're just gonna roll with it. Damn the consequences. I really wish these people would have the freaking sense to at least take this conversation somewhere else outside of the building that they now know is compromised by the very people that they are trying to stay under the radar with and failing miserably at this point. Kurisu and Daru go home, leaving me with Mayuri. I thought she was hard at work on her costume, but when I look, I find her staring at the wall. Her hands have stopped moving.
Mayuri? 帰らないのか?
She usually doesn't stay this late. Her parents might be worried.
さっきのオカリンやクリスちゃんの話を思い出してたの。思い出してね、なんとか頑張って理解しようと思ったんだけど、ダメだったよ。
Well, that's the thing. Even I'm having trouble wrapping my head around some of it myself. And I think that's just... And that's not to knock myself or you. I think these are just very complicated topics for most people to wrap their heads around in general.
ただね、なんとなくわかるのはすごいことになってるみたいっていうことかな。
You say, yeah. You call it amazing. I don't think it's gonna be.
いかにも人類は新たなる段階に進むことになる。そしてそれはこのラボから始まるのだ。
眩しいな。
眩しい？どういう意味だ？
オカリンもクリスチャンもキラキラ輝いてて。
それはこの俺、法王院京馬が放つ狂気のオーラだろう。
ね、クリスチャンが入ってきてからそろそろ10日ぐらいでしょ。その間マヨシーが感じたこと言っていい？
10 in-game days, huh?
クリスチャンがラボ面になってね、なんだかラボの空気がビシッと引き締まった感じがするんだ。
ふん、認めなくてはならないな。確かにあいつの知識は凄まじいものがある。そしてそんな天才少女を仲間に引き入れたこの俺、法王院京馬の功績もまた素晴らしきものだと言わざるを得ない。
だからね、眩しいの。クリスチャンはラボとオカリンにとってすっごく役に立ってるでしょ。
You're a big help too,
でも
though.
ね、マヨシーはあんまりオカリンの役に立ててないのです。
Sure you can. You can give me bananas and moral support. Mayuri looks depressed.
マヨシーももっと頭が良かったらな。そしたらオカリンの役に立てたのにね。
マユリ。
She's never expressed such sentiments before. Is she jealous of Kurisu's talents? Or maybe she just wants to be helpful to you specifically. That's how I'm reading this anyway. Is there competition brewing in the lab? I sigh and walk to the window. I can't see many stars in the sky.
マユリ、今日は星を見ないのか？
Mayuri comes up beside me. We lean out the window together. It's only 9 p.m., but Akiba is already still and silent, save for the occasional car trundling by.
このラボを作ったばっかりの頃、ダル君もいない頃にね、よくこうして2人で静かに過ごしてたよね。
ああ、そうだな。
Daru joined the lab in early May. Before that, he was unwilling to join no matter how I tried to convince him. Then he learned that the lab was just 3 minutes away from May Queen plus Nian 2, and suddenly he was all like, actually, I've always wanted to join the Future Gadget Club. Horn dog. But for about a month and a half after the lab's founding, it was just me and Mayuri.
マヨシーはこれからもここにいてもいいのかな。
Mayuri looks at me with uncertainty in her eyes. I meet her gaze firmly, then bop her lightly on the head.
くだらないことを言うな。マユリはここにいるだけでいいんだ。
いるだけ？
お前がいなかったらこのラボはもっと殺伐としていただろう。特に俺と助手は水と油みたいなところがあるからな。互いに意見をぶつからせて喧嘩になってもおかしくない。だがそんな時にマユリが空気の読めない能天気コメントを発することで殺伐さが中和されるのだ。
Non-sequiturs are good conflict killers, don't you know?
褒められてるのかな。
もちろん褒めている。何も案ずるな。お前がここにいるのは俺にとっては計算のうちなのだからな。
そっか、ありがとう、オカリ。
Mayuri smiles in relief. And then her stomach rumbles. Was that what that was? Sounded like a really muffled Rottweiler growling at me.
お腹空いちゃった。おでんか温めようっと。オカリンも食べる？
Shouldn't you be going home?
ああ、もらう。
じゃあ、ちょっと待っててね。
Soon, we are chowing down on piping hot Odin. It is now the 11th. Because too much stuff develops trauma, and big part of data gets removed by the brain as it can't 100% recreate reality of the moment that you got it. And vice versa, you sometimes don't even remember events that made up your personality. But even so, they affect you your whole life. That's why I don't see personality being as tied to the memories. Yeah, it is true. Humans don't actually possess, humans by and large don't really possess what is known as photographic memory. I believe it is documented that humans can and often do discard memories that the brain in question may decide for whatever arbitrary reason that is important to the person's brain in question. They may discard memories it views as unimportant and only keep memories that it, for whatever reason, deems are worth actually keeping, and store it in whatever part of our gray matter that those long-term memories are kept in, while everything else just basically gets recycled through the short-term synapses. Again, assuming my very amateur and limited understanding of brain physiology is correct. I've never really looked too deeply into this sort of stuff. Once again, I need to go to the bathroom. I had tea before I started this stream, and well, as you guys can probably guess by now, it's going through me. So once again, I will be back in a few minutes. BRB. And I'm back. Once again. Brain decides are worth more to keep. Including me remembering map of the game more than the one of the town I live in, and removing any school lessons I tried to learn in the past. Well, the thing is, when it comes to a lot of the things I know I was taught in school, a lot of the stuff that I was actually taught in my school curriculum, I can't remember to save my life at this point. Because even back then, I was able to understand, even back when I was taking a lot of the classes that I was required to take as part of my country's public education system, that most of the things that I was being taught, like algebra or geometry or hard calculus or even science, etc., most of the stuff that I was actually being taught in public education would not in any way likely ever be applicable to me in my day-to-day life after I were to graduate public school. And spoiler alert, I was right. Most of the stuff that I am being taught outside of basic life skills, like basic math and other things of that nature, and physical education, skills I learned from physical education, etc., those are the only skills that I've learned during my time in public education that I still use almost every day to this day. Everything else I just forgot about because it never comes up in any serious capacity in my life. And really, it never does for most people, considering most of the kinds of lives that they tend to lead. Why would it? And in the case of navigating my way around my town, for example, I don't actually pay too much attention to street names, for example. I pay attention more to landmarks, because I'm somebody that is better at absorbing information visually than I am reading it, if that makes any sense. I'm more of a visual learner. So if you're to teach me, say, a skill relating to athleticism or how to perform a certain type of physical task, I tend to better absorb that information when somebody shows me how to do the thing, rather than just handing me a paper or a textbook that just gives me a step-by-step set of instructions on how to perform the thing. In the case of landmarks, when it comes to navigating the environment around me, well, landmarks don't really require. Landmarks are just landmarks. They're very distinct by their nature, rather than just being a sign on the corner of a road somewhere that just has a very distinct name and maybe a few numbers attached to it. It's much easier to remember, say, the shape of a building, or the shape of a signpost, or a mountain, or a tree, or a specific type of tree, or maybe even a lake or maybe even a lake or river being in a certain direction. It's easier for me to remember details like that in the environment around me as I'm navigating it than it is for me to just navigate any other way. And I always can reliably get my way around at least general locations, as long as I always pay attention to landmarks and pathways, like streets and shortcuts that I tend to take on average. And if I need to find a very specific location that I need to get to that I've never been to before, I'll just consult a map or whatever it is that I need to consult that will give me that information, and then I will just commit the relevant information to memory, and then just use my normal navigation skills to get me there. Bottom line, there's a lot of information that we're exposed to throughout our lives that isn't actually very useful to us at all, unless we ourselves decide that it is useful. Like in the case, say, studying up a bit on a lot of pop culture. I know more about random animes and manga and Japanese entertainment than I do any of the stuff. I do even any of the stuff I was just talking about for the past couple minutes. It's not practical knowledge by any stretch of the imagination, definitely not. But it's information that is important to me because, well, I'm a nerd. I'm an enthusiast for that kind of thing. Therefore, I like to absorb information about it. By the way, save up just in case. Okay, I will do that. Definitely not an ominous warning. I should take the heart for sure. Okay, but at the same time, it makes it easier to relearn this stuff in the future. And most importantly, it teaches your brain how to learn. Unfortunately, phones made kids too easy to get distracted. That is pretty much the issue with not just with smartphones, but even social media in general. And it's by design. All these things are designed in order to grab your attention as much as humanly possible, and it's damn effective at it too. Even I admit, I use my phone. I use my phone and random YouTube videos playing in the background as my version of a little portable pocket radio, essentially. And I go about my day doing X, Y, or Z. And unless I'm doing something that requires my full attention, I'm usually listening to something in the background via my phone. I'm not saying that's really a good thing. I'm not by a long stretch, but I'm just saying that even I'm not fully immune to this sort of thing, despite knowing how social media, how smartphones, all these different avenues of technology are used in order to grab and maintain a person's attention long term. It can develop attention span issues in people, especially children whose brains are still in the process of developing and are therefore much more susceptible to long-term negative consequences of being exposed to these things, especially for long periods of time. It's pretty much why I'm somebody who does unironically advocate that you should not give children access to social media, smartphones, etc. until they're adults. For the simple fact of just making sure that their brains develop to a reasonable capacity before they're exposed to that sort of thing. So they are literally more prepared upstairs to be able to resist falling into addictive patterns that social media and certain types of technology like smartphone is designed to facilitate. I don't advocate for this thing because I'm trying to restrict people's freedoms or anything like that, but I just think that there is actual cause for concern when it comes to actual brain health. When it comes to a person's when it comes to a person constantly interacting with these things, even in the case of fully grown adults like myself, I just admitted, even I'm susceptible to it a bit. Now I'm trying to, mitigate that stuff for myself wherever I can, but I'm not immune. And naturally, that would mean children are even less immune. I mean, for crying out loud, there's even some cities in the world here that have these little built-in LED lights built into the sidewalks and streets in order to help guide people who are constantly looking down on their phones when they're out and about walking. I think those are used for smart cities, I think they're called, if memory serves. Memories probably don't save what happened as a video. They save abstract shapes and words that get highlighted when you're trying to feel being in a similar situation. Funny you should bring that up, because I remember coming across information about this several times in the recent past, but it's apparently possible to gauge a person's overall intelligence by how good their imagination and ability to recall specific things and shapes and sensations, etc. are. And here's what I mean. Try to imagine an apple. The fruit, an apple. What can you imagine? Not just the color, but the texture of the apple, the overall shape, the imperfections that might be within the body of the apple itself, the ways that the colors of the apple may blend in from one different shade color to another, like in the case of red, maybe having a little bit of yellow. Can you remember the exact taste of the apple when you take a bite into it? What the inside of the apple looks like after you sink your teeth into it and take a bite out of it? The shape of the bite mark all the way down to the tiniest contours, taking the shape of your teeth. Apparently the idea goes is that the more you're able to recall very vivid, very fine, tiny, vivid details about something like an apple, especially in regards like these, it's usually an indicator of a person's intelligence and their ability to imagine things at higher levels compared to maybe some of their peers. Whereas a low intelligence person may be able to recall a general shape of an apple, but they would have a very difficult time being able to imagine the textures, differences in color shading, etc., etc. All they would be able to conjure up in their mind, because that's how their brains are wired, is just the general shape and the concept of the apple. But they wouldn't be able to conjure up all the tiny little details I mentioned in the first example, like person A could. Most people, I think, I forget the exact population number that, I think there's studies that have been done on this sort of thing, and I can't tell you what the exact percentage is in regards to how many people are just only able to conjure up in their minds the basic concept and shape of an apple, compared to people that are able to conjure the finest details of the body of an apple, all the way down to the tiniest little insignificant portion of skin, of indentation on the body, etc. But I think, if memory serves me, the amount of people that are able to conjure and vividly imagine or remember or recall all the excess details of an apple that you can feasibly imagine are much smaller in number compared to the percentage of people that are only able to conjure up the basic shape, image, and concept of an apple, if that. And it's all tied to how the person's brain is wired. It has something to do with intelligence and imagination. The frontal lobe stuff, if I remember correctly. Again, you should take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, because this is something I've only heard talked about in passing a few times before. I've never really looked too deeply into it before, and I've never really taken the time to really absorb all the information relating to how this stuff actually works, because, well, kind of like what I was talking about earlier in regards to the type of information that I choose to retain. I don't really see myself. I'm not somebody who would really see himself having in-depth conversations in regards to human psychology, human biology, and human neurology, etc., etc. I'm not somebody who can see myself having conversations of this nature with a lot of people on a very regular basis. So so because of that, I don't really have any reason to really retain as much of this knowledge as I can. It's just one of those things that I've heard in passing a few times before. When looking into things that were more or less unrelated to it, it sounded interesting to me, interesting enough to at least make a general note of the concept, the principle behind it. But that's mainly it, because again, I don't really see myself having these kind of conversations about topics like these very often with pretty much anybody, and I don't. because most of the people that I tend to talk about with these sort of things don't really delve into high-minded concepts like what I'm discussing here. So sadly, as a result of that, my ability to retain that information, despite how interesting it is to me on a fundamental level, it's pretty limited. So sadly, I can't really recall every single fine little detail with any reliability, unfortunately. All I can really say is that it is something that I have heard about before. I have several times in the recent past. Yeah, people with agnosia are unable to do any of that. I think that's part of one of the terms I remember being discussed about when it comes to what I was just rambling about for the past several minutes. Agnosia. People with... It was one of the terms brought up. People with agnosia are unable to do any of that, but that doesn't make them dumb. They can still work with short-term memory. Intelligence has many components. Yeah, I can believe that. Again, my knowledge on a lot of this stuff is incomplete, and it's not something I've had very many opportunities to delve too deeply into, or much reason to really retain most of this information. So I know my knowledge on it is very incomplete, and maybe even possibly contradictory at a few points. So if I'm wrong about anything, then feel free to correct me. Same, and I agree, but I think 13-year-old is enough. That's around when smartphones/tablets become most popular for our generation. And our old high school homeroom teacher says we were never as bad as the class after us. I'm not sure if I really agree with that, to be honest. Because... oh, shit. Because your brain is still very much developing even during your adolescent years, from 13 to 18 years old, etc. So... those are still those are very formative years in your brain right there in of itself, which is why I'm very cautious at the idea of what type of stimuli that you expose even a teenager's brain to as they're growing up. You have to be very mindful of it here, because even during those years where the person is transitioning from childhood to adulthood, you can still be exposed to all kinds of stimuli that could still play huge foundational roles in your brain's development and the kind of habits that you end up developing as a result. So you really should... I mean, I'm just repeating myself at this point, but I'll just simply say that I just disagree with the idea that children should be allowed to have smartphones when they turn 13. I think it needs to, at the very least, be 16 years old, maybe even 17. That is where I would draw the line personally. And our old high school homeroom teacher says that we were never as bad as the class after us. That is actually another thing that's funny that you bring up here, because I'm actually on and off again. I've been hearing a lot more teachers, even in public schooling in my country, coming out here saying that a lot of the classes that they're teaching nowadays are really bad when it comes to having a proper attention spans, retaining information, actually learning anything in the classes themselves. They would rather just absorb new information. They would rather just pay attention to their phones, or a lot of them are only able to absorb information in the form of, say, TikTok videos and memes and other things of that nature, like how they're normally exposed to on their phones, even outside the classroom. I don't know how widespread it is, to be fair, but I can believe that there are significant portions of the younger upcoming generations in school that are definitely having their brains wired in that way because of, again, the influence of social media and smartphones, and how they are by designed to grab a person's and maintain a person's long-term attention to the point to where it negatively affects their short-term attention spans. And I can imagine that the longer it goes on, the worse it's going to get. Mark my words. Thankfully, my imagination is as physically full as I can consider and can even make things up. Well, anybody can pretty much make things up. I think the real test of intelligence in that case is how well can make something up. How consistent and convincing can they make the thing and make up the thing in question. The problem is that kids have tablets, etc. from when they're born. I see that all the time when I'm working. All the freaking time. If I had a nickel for every time I saw a parent out and about while I'm working out in my job, and they're basically having a tablet in a rugged case, babysitting their kids while they're taking care of business, I would be living in a gated community right now. Let me tell you one thing. It's pretty enraging for me, honestly, seeing that sort of thing, especially because of how often and how common a sight it is. Because I already know, even if I may not be the best at explaining it, I already know the kind of effects that the tablets, smartphones, and certain types of social media can have even on older people if they allow it to. And here you're exposing infants essentially to it. The second that they learn to be able to hold onto something for more than a minute or two, rather than to just toss it aside and to redirect our attention elsewhere. And you're just having they're glued to a screen watching Cocomelon or something, while you're just doing God knows what, not even really interacting with your kids at all, even though last I checked, a parent interacting with their kid constantly is very important. Is very important interactions for the children to have with their parents and for bonding experiences. Instead of doing that, you're essentially having the tablet or whatever doing all the heavy lifting for you. And then you end up eventually hearing about stories where once a kid, for whatever reason, ends up being deprived of their tablet, their Cocomelon or TikTok entertainment or etc., they end up blowing up and having tantrums in the worst case scenarios. It doesn't always happen that way, of course, but in the worst case scenarios, it does happen. But based on a lot of the stories I hear, the most common thing that tends to happen is that they just tend to have really short attention spans and very little patience. They want to be able to absorb information instantly rather than actually learn how to, learn the information, if that makes any sense. Think of the instant gratification bit that social media tends to reward. And that would pretty much explain that psychological behavior right there. To give you another example. I could go on about this, I'm sure, but again, I really just, it just really pisses me off whenever I see families out in public and I see them using tablets to babysit their kids, walking around doing God knows what. Because I'm pretty sure I know the effect it's going to have on a lot of those kids growing up, and we're going to see the negative results of it in 5, 10, even 15 years' time. And it's not going to be pretty. I think there's even studies that have been coming out recently here that are more or less confirming that Generation Z is more or less being confirmed to be, on average, dumber than the previous generation, the preceding generation, the millennials. Now, whether or not you take that and the information in those studies at face value as gospel is entirely up to you, of course. But based on my own anecdotal experience, I can honestly believe it. It is having a negative effect. And the longer this goes on, the results are going to become more apparent. Schools tell that exams are more about problem solving reasoning, But really, someone who can completely memorize the procedures can just follow them while substituting and with no reasoning needed. That's pretty much the problem I had. That's pretty much the biggest issue with my country's public education system, especially, is because most of the time, with most of the stuff that you're actually taught in my country's public school education system, at least, and a lot of other countries too, based on my understanding, but for sure in my country, a lot of it is based more on memorization rather than applying every single manner of problem solving and reasoning skills to various different types of problems, various different types of challenges, etc. In order to ensure that your reasoning skills are top notch and applicable to multiple different types of scenarios. In reality, most of the stuff that you're actually taught in schools, at least in my schools, is just memorizing. Is just basically memorizing methods or answers, etc., in order to come to very specific outcomes, and not. Okay, let me think of another example. So, okay. Say you present a kid with a math problem, and you basically tell them, how can you get? You basically give them an incomplete math problem, where you give them a 1 or maybe 2 base numbers, a missing number, and a missing equation, and then an outcome of any random number. Insert random outcome number here, like 74 or something like that. And your job is to basically fill in the missing gaps of the mathematical equation in order to reach the outcome that leads you to the number 74, using what information you're initially given, including base numbers that you're already given, in order to reach that outcome. Rather than teaching kids to find multiple ways to come to reach that same outcome, using reasoning and problem-solving skills, most of the time they will just teach you how to reach that outcome using 1, maybe even 2 very specific ways, and they expect you to essentially repeat that method for every other similar type of problem of that nature, rather than encourage you to experiment or expand your thinking, expand the scope of your thinking, rather, in order to reach that same outcome. We're too stringent in either telling people how to think, students how to think, or having them just simply memorize stuff in order to reach predetermined outcomes. It doesn't really stimulate our minds in a way here that allows us to really think outside the box as the norm rather than the exception, if that makes any sense. And that's pretty much one of the biggest criticisms I personally have of my country's public education system, is the lack of actual problem solving that they teach you, especially nowadays, because apparently it wasn't too great even back when I was in school, but now it's a lot worse. Going by average test scores. I heard news from teachers in the U.S. that young kids start to have problems with reading at all. Yeah, that's actually part of it. Part of what I was talking about. Today's kids don't know what software is and want Grok to replace their parents. Here's something that might surprise some of you. I don't know how good you guys are with navigating computers. I don't know how good you guys are just navigating around a computer, like a desktop or something like that. Like, say you pull up this little file explorer window, if you're on Windows 10, for example. If you're good at navigating different categories of files, documents, music, pictures, etc., then you navigate to various types of folders, know how to change your viewing modes, sort types, how to enable and navigate your way around hidden file folders, how file extensions work, like your PNGs or your .txts, that kind of thing. most most young people, I think I remember hearing this somewhere as well, actually don't know how any of these things actually work at all. Whereas all this stuff I just outlined and more, even including modding game files in the case of certain PC games manually, that was all something I had to basically self-teach myself or look up information on how to do over time as I kept playing around with my own personal computers for as long as I've had them, which is basically about 10 years at this point. Well, 10 plus years rather, if you count an old computer I used to have in high school, but that would be like what, 14, 15 years max for me personally. A lot of that information I just outlined was self-taught, yes, but I kept at it because I wanted to learn how to navigate and work with the computers that I was working with, and then after a while, a lot of this stuff became second nature to me. Now, granted, I couldn't really tell you how to safely navigate and modify files within, say, the registry folders in your C drive or things like that, because I never mess with those sort of things to begin with. But I mean, I can't really tell you how to do something that in depth, and I can't really pull up a command line or a command prompt on either Windows or on either Windows or Linux or anything like that and be able to give you a completely comprehensive tutorial on how to launch programs or do file updates or system updates, etc., using command prompts. Because I never really mess around with that sort of thing too much either, even though I have done it before. But I at least know enough about how to navigate my way around a computer and file systems to where I can at least figure out what it is I'm looking at, if I don't already know what I'm looking at here just by glancing at it, if that makes any sense. A lot of people younger than me, and from generations younger than mine, like Gen Z or even the upcoming Gen Alpha, they don't even know how to do even basic file navigation like this. The most that they may be able to do is being able to navigate around a desktop or a phone or a mobile environment like you would your smartphone, like your Androids or your iPhones and that sort of thing, and being able to click on random icons on a desktop and then just, letting the thing execute itself. But anything past that, apparently it's not common knowledge. Which is wild for me to think about personally, because I just assumed that all the stuff I know about when it comes to how to navigate around a computer is pretty common, was basically pretty common knowledge nowadays, considering the age that we're living in, but apparently it's not. And I think that's also because a lot of these kids aren't really being taught that information in schools. How to actually navigate and utilize a computer outside of the most basic of tasks. And again, I wasn't taught most of this stuff in public school. I actually had to learn it all myself on my own time. Okay, I already read that one. I simply also don't think that you can prevent access to it above 13 years old. It only punishes kids that want to follow rules. I wouldn't really look at it as punishment per se. I would just look at it as enforcement and preventative measures in order to ensure healthy neurological development of their brains. Yeah, you're not going to be able to prevent every single 13-plus-year-old in the world to be able to get their hands on this technology or access to social media, just like you can't keep every prepubescent kid from being able to get their hands on, a dirty magazine or things of that nature. You're going to have exceptions. You're going to find people that'll find a way to get their hands on the thing and just experience whatever consequences may follow as a result. You can't basically prevent every single kid from being exposed to that sort of thing. That's just the reality of it. but the goal that you want to pursue is being able to prevent enough kids from being exposed to certain types of stimuli younger than they should be. You want to prevent enough of them to do it to where most of the ones that grow up not having been exposed to it when they should, they will become the norm rather than the exception. And as a result, we'll end up having most of the people growing up into the next generation will end up having more healthy brains than the ones that don't. The goal is not to seek 100% prevention. The goal is to seek as much prevention as you can reasonably get, and hope that most of the ones that you can get a hold of will be able to have their heads on straight by the time they reach adulthood, if that makes any sense. Lack of a class chat would instantly make you be behind the rest of class. Fuck, it would be. I hate the use of Zoomers in any discussion. People know how broad the term definition of Zoomer is. Well, that's just a lexicon that everybody refers to them as. I'm just simply using it because I think that's just the word that everybody understands when it comes to referring to Gen Z. One is turning 30 and has 2 kids. Second is only 14 years old, as addicted to tablets from when they were born. Yeah, that's pretty much the growing concern that I and a lot of other people are having right now. And again, I think we're gonna see those results be made manifest in 10, 5, 10, even 15 years from now. Schools want budget. Their business is producing people who can pass external tests so they can look good by credit, not help integrate to society. You pretty much hit the nail on the head right there, Ammonius. Spot on. Yeah, I know before you say it, kids don't even use computers nowadays, because you needed to solve problems in the past, while today tech got so errorless they don't need to. That is something that I actually also heard secondhand, even when it comes to people from generations older than myself even. Because the people who had to use computers that I didn't have growing up, older computers, even older than that, they had to deal with much more complex navigation and execution of even using their computers that in ways that is far more complex than even I ever had to personally deal with. The first ever computer I ever had was a normal office desktop that had Windows 7 Home installed on it. That was just for my very first home personal computer that I've ever had for myself. I've had experience messing around with Windows XP and a little bit of Windows Vista in public schooling for a little bit, but I never delved into those things beyond just hitting the Internet Explorer thing, or maybe a little icon that's on the desktop window that launches into some educational program or whatever that the instructors want you to look at a given time when you're on the computers during class time. I never really used XP or Windows Vista computers in a serious capacity beyond that. So I would personally argue that me actually learning how to properly navigate and read and understand a computer started with Windows 7 back when I was in high school. And from there, I moved on to Windows 10, and then I've also been delving more and more into Linux. And that's pretty much the extent of my personal education. But people from my generation older, they had to use command lines for even basic navigation, even in the case like in the MS-DOS days, back when we didn't have operating systems like what we have nowadays to work with. You had to do everything using command prompts. So you really had to know how to navigate a computer using a keyboard and memorization of file directories, etc., just to be able to execute what today would be a very simple program that you could just navigate to a random thing on your home menu, your start menu, or whatever. Just click a button, click your mouse, and boom, there it goes. And if any problems arise, either through software updates or etc., sometimes you would have to basically do some of the debugging yourself. You would have to actually go into program files yourself in order to look for what it is that might be the issue, and maybe do a little bit of registration and other forms of debugging yourself. I typically never have to mess with that all that much. Every once in a while, I have to do that with Linux, because sometimes you can get software up and operating system updates that break something, but it's usually never too bad. But that was the norm for the people older than me back in the day when, yeah, you get my point. Just using even basic functions of a computer from generations even older than myself was an exercise in problem solving and reasoning skills in of itself, a constant one that you had to constantly engage with just to be able to use the thing. And then as the technology advanced and it became errorless, as you put it, Liz, more and more errorless, more and more harder to fuck things up. As a consequence of basically idiot-proofing computers and operating systems and programs, etc., you ended up taking away scenarios where people would have to learn how to actually fix problems that arise with their computers should any problems arise, let alone being able to actually navigate and learn file extensions and other little components that comprise of the computer's operating system and underlying firmware. And because you've taken that away from people, when a problem eventually does arise, guess what? Most people are literally not equipped to be able to know how to fix it. And now it's getting to a point where you've got kids that are like what I was saying, what you were saying, where they don't even know how to navigate around computers. A lot of them probably don't even use them. The most they probably use is just smartphones, and that's it. Schools want budget. Oh wait, yeah, I just read that one. Because you need to solve problems in past, while today, I just read that one too, never mind. TFW, Arch Linux was used as a point of privilege until they added a graphical installer. Yeah, Manjaro and CashieOS, I think, are the two most popular versions of Arch Linux that basically come with that stuff pre-installed, if memory serves me right. Whereas the standard version of Arch Linux and all other variants basically require you to do a lot of initial setup using command prompts before you can actually get a graphical interface installed. Some of them, if memory serves me correctly, you don't even need to install a graphical interface at all if you don't want to. That's how highly customizable Arch Linux is. Which is why I've never personally dealt with it, which is why I personally never dealt with it. Because I know how complex it sounds. It's definitely beyond my personal skill set as far as computers go. But I have messed around with two different versions of Ubuntu, Pop! OS, Linux Mint, Steam OS, which is based on Debian, and soon, sometime later this year, I'm going to be messing with CashieOS for at least one of my towers, and maybe Bazite for another one. I haven't decided on that one yet. So I would argue in a way, in some ways, I've probably got more experience with Linux than I do with Windows when it comes to how to work these things. But in practice, it's probably not by much, because a lot of Linux distros these days are also very idiot-proof compared to how they used to be. especially depending on the type of distro that you're going for. Difference between dirty magazine and social media is that lack of magazine doesn't make you be behind and be basically a pariah in class. I was there and I know, as I was obsessed with following rules. Yeah, that's a fair point, for sure. It's definitely a fair point. Whereas with social media, yeah, if anything, you probably be a pariah for not being on social media, if anything. So, that was quite a lot of unrelated yapping and tangents and et cetera, that we were just on. Why don't we get back to the proper entertainment, shall we? We have a list written by Kurisu of parts for the time leap machine. Tell you what, how about I finish this scene and then we bring today's stream to a close? Don't know how long it's going to go for, but we'll see. Naturally, I'm paying for everything out of my own pocket. Kurisu and Daru have already started work on the upgrade. Apparently, the conversion of memories into digital data requires software developed at Kurisu's lab in America. She can download that software from their dedicated server. But that's not the only thing we need. There's also some kind of brain scanning headgear that we're going to have to make ourselves. I'll get the baseball helmet. Incidentally, I have to pay extra close attention to make sure Mayuri doesn't wander off while we're shopping. If she sees some random store that interests her, she'll literally stop and stare at it for hours. God almighty. Naturally, I keep walking unaware, and only later realize that she's not behind me. Then I have to run from store to store looking for her. This must be how parents of small children feel. Anyway, this is nothing new. Mayuri has always been like this.
頼むから俺についてこい。この迷宮ではぐれたら、おそらくお前は自力では外に出られないぞ。
わかった。気をつけるね。
Sure you will.
おかり、タイムリープとタイムトラベルってどう違うの？
Did she really hear what I just said about not wandering off? Besides, Kurisu already explained the difference yesterday. She probably just doesn't remember.
体ごと時間を飛び越えること。タイムリープは記憶だけが時間を飛び越えることと覚えればいい。
Just memories. No personality or consciousness included. Although Kurisu did mention that there was no way to be sure what might happen to your consciousness. Greetings, Primitive. I am a time leaper from 200 years into the future.
そっか。
Yeah, saying it out loud, Time Leaper does not have the same ring to it as Time Traveler.
あのね、じゃあ D メールとタイムリープだとできることってどう違うのかな？
D メールは過去へ指示できるだけだった。過去は変わるかもしれないし、変わらないかもしれない。それは受け取った人間次第であり、成功率は未知数だった。それに過去が変わった場合、変える前の記憶は失われる。世界線が再構成されるからだ。
I am the exception, thanks to reading Steiner.
それに対してタイムリープだと、例えば1週間前のお前の頭の中に今のお前の記憶が丸々流れ込んでくることになるはずだ。
We won't know for sure if it works until the machine is built.
例えば作りかけのコスを持って1週間前へ行ける？ゴミマまでの時間を1週間分稼げてマユシ大勝利みたいなこと？
Well, you wouldn't be able to send the costume itself, but you would be able to send your own memory of it to your past self. And maybe with that, you could use that memory to basically make the costume a week earlier than you originally did. So in that way, that could work.
タイムトラベルならば可能だろうが、タイムリープでは無理だ。2日前に受けたテストの答えを知っている状態でテストの前へ戻ることはできる。だが回答済みの答案用紙を持って2日前へは戻れない。
じゃあマユシーの意識は1週間前のマユシーの中に入っちゃうってこと？
そういうことだ。
While this conversation has been going on, I've been steadily purchasing items from Karisu's shopping list.
物は持っていけないけど記憶は持っていけるんだね。そっか。でもそしたら1週間前のマユシーの中にあったマユシーの記憶はどこに行っちゃうのかな。
Well, assuming the memories don't get pushed out because of the new ones, I would assume they would just simply stay in her brain.
上書きされるのではないか？
Or get overridden. We haven't tested it, though, so there's no way to be sure.
消えちゃうってこと？
消えたとしても1週間前のお前の記憶と今のお前の記憶は連続している。記憶が上書きされたとしても1週間前までのお前の記憶には何も変化はない。未来の1週間分の記憶が追加されるという言い方をした方が良さそうだ。
じゃあね1週間前のマユシーに記憶を飛ばしたら今のマユシーの体はどうなっちゃうんだろう。
Mayuri's asking some pretty philosophical questions today. Mayuri is a philosopher that we need, but not what we deserve. I guess anyone would ask the same.
マユシーが1週間前に記憶をビューンって飛ばしてもオカリンはここにいるんだよね。オカリンから見ると意識が飛んでったマユシーはどうなっちゃってるのかな。
抜け殻になっている。いや待て、そうじゃない。そういうことじゃないはずだ。
Well, if we take what we understand about how a person's memories basically get rewritten in order to prevent time paradoxes when new world lines are formed, if we take that into account, I assume what would happen in this case that Mayuri is talking about is that the you from the original world line would essentially go on autopilot, more or less, until she expires, while the memories that you transfer to your past self, the you, so to speak, well, that basically just lives on within that new version of your past self within the new world line. But then again, I guess thinking about it now, I think that would actually be more applicable to Okabe, because he's clearly an observer, going by what John Titor says. So it might actually be more accurate to think that maybe his previous selves in the previous world lines are the ones that effectively go on autopilot, because by all appearances at least, his actual consciousness seems to transfer from one world line to the other once the new world line is formed. Unless, of course, what we're actually seeing is the consciousness of Okabe at the moment a new world line is formed is effectively copy and pasted into the Okabe that it's moving to. And what we're actually seeing is just, at least from the perspective of that Okabe, the new one, he is just simply continuing directly from where the previous Okabe left off. So from his perspective, it may feel as though his consciousness got transferred, but what might actually be happening is because of the nature of himself and because of the nature of himself and the means in which his time traveling or line traveling is actually working, is that the consciousness of the new Okabe assume basically from that point on, as soon as he absorbs memories from the original Okabe, he basically assumes the original Okabe's identity from that point onward, and then just goes on thinking that they're that original Okabe, when up until that point, at least as far as the history of that newly formed world line is concerned, that Okabe was technically a different person until Okabe A transferred their memories to Okabe B in the world line. That would probably also explain the disorienting feelings that he always seems to experience every time the shift occurs to a new world line. Maybe the disorientation he's feeling is the fact that he's actually a new person who is now having his own memories, his own personality, etc., overridden by another version of himself from a completely different world line. And his brain in real time is trying to reconcile with the new personality, the new set of memories that has just suddenly flooded and overridden the memories and personality that previously existed within their body, until eventually everything settles in, and then he regains control of his senses. And from that point onward, Okabe B, thinking they're Okabe A, continues onward, thinking, feeling, and believing that they are Okabe A. I have no idea if I made any sense just now, but I hope to God I did, because that is essentially the best I can understand what might be happening here. But it is speculation on my part. I don't know for sure. I'm just inferring what could be happening here based on what we've observed every time we see a world line shift from Okabe's perspective, and based on the information that we currently have to work with from everybody else's science powwow sessions. But yeah, in conclusion, I would assume that, in conclusion, the original self who transfers their memories to their other selves into a different world line, they may very well, in the case of Okabe the Observer, just go on autopilot until they eventually expire. The original Okabes in that case. Whereas anyone else who isn't an observer, well, they may not notice anything at all. Because what ends up actually happening in their case is the original versions of themselves, just go on in the world line that they're currently in. Nothing happens as far as they're concerned. They just live their lives and expire however they end up expiring. And what ends up happening is the memories that they send, the memories that they end up sending, overwrite the other versions of themselves they're sending the memories to. Actually, wait, no, that wouldn't work, because we've already observed, even when people other than Okabe send D-mails, that world lines can change. So thinking about it now, actually, maybe it's actually universal for everybody, including Okabe. More, with the only difference with Okabe being he's actually able to retain his memories of all the world lines that he travels through, regardless of whether or not he is the one that initiates the shifts or not. His mind basically transfers his memories forward to whatever new world line ends up forming, regardless of his actual input. He doesn't really need to use the phone wave or any other time travel or any other time leap machine, in order to send his memories and consciousness forward anytime into new world lines. Whatever it is that is unique about his nature just does that for him automatically. Again, I hope I'm making some semblance of sense here, and maybe it's possible that maybe I'm not fully grasping everything, but that's the best I got right now, based on what I have to work with as far as information goes, as to what's probably happening with everybody, not just Okabe. If we were to use Kurisu's time leaping method, what would actually end up happening?
助手がやろうとしているのは記憶をデータ化して保存する。つまりバックアップでしかない。記憶をすべて脳から抜き去ってそれをデータ化するわけではないのだ。
Nothing inside the brain is lost. Okay, let me reread this. Okay. You become an empty shell. No, it's not. It can't be right. It wouldn't make sense. Kurisu's device merely records your memory data. In other words, it's just a backup. Your original memories are still inside you. So, to use your analogy, Ammonius, from earlier, it basically creates a save file. You don't become an empty shell. Besides, neither personality nor consciousness is transferred to begin with. Well, as far as we know, for you in particular, it's possible.
だから抜け殻になったり意識が飛んだりすることはないはず。
No, wait. There's another issue here.
というか1週間前に戻ってまたその1週間を経験してきたマユリがここにいることになるのではないか。
I like how he's basically working through the same steps that I was just working through. Not that anybody, including me, would be able to tell the difference.
じゃあタイムリープする前の最初の1週間を過ごしたマユシーはタイムリープしてその1週間を繰り返したマユシーに消されちゃうの？
This is getting complicated.
そうだ、消える。もう一度やり直すと言うべきだな。そっくりそのままトレースすることもできるし、全く別の行動を取ることもできる。それと消えた最初の1週間の記憶自体はマイルが持ち続けていることになる。
じゃあね、じゃあね。
The questions keep coming. She's trying hard to understand it in her own ditzy way. As am I.
もしも1週間前に戻ったマユシーが1週間後の今日ラボには来なくて学校のお友達と池袋で遊ぶことにしたらどうなるのかな？
So two ditzes and a mad scientist walk into a bar.
今はマユシーはこうしてオカリンとお話ししてるけど
過去が変わり今も変わることになるだろう。こうしてここで俺とお前が話している事実は消滅するはずだ。
それをオカリンは気づかないんだよね。
ああ、そうだ。
だとしたらね、なんだか寂しいね。
俺が？
マユシーが。
I don't get what she means.
だから クリスチャンは過去を変えたくないって言ってたのかも。
Hold on. I'll make sure I understand what she's getting at here. You would notice a difference. Ah, I see. What she's thinking about here is that if another version of herself were to effectively overwrite her memories with that other version of herself and effectively erase her, or put another way, kill her, and that the people that she cares about the most, including Okabe, being unable to tell the difference because of the mechanics of time travel and the prevention of time paradoxes, because he and no one else would be able to notice, it would be like as though Mayushi, the Mayushi that's right in front of us, would end up dying and literally nobody would notice. The world, nothing in the world would notice. No one would be able to tell the difference. A complete and total erasure. A complete and total death. So yeah, I can see why she would be sad by that. Because she wants people she cares about to remember her. How long are you planning to stream for? I was planning to stop around here, but I want to try to finish this scene, excuse me, that we're on right now, assuming it's not too terribly long. Because I did go off on quite a few tangents a little bit ago, so I want to make sure that we still get some decent progress in for the actual story bit here before I bring today's stream to a close. So I'm hoping maybe another 30 minutes from now, hopefully. Unless this thing gets done a lot sooner than I think it will. So, yeah, we'll be done soonish. She nods to herself with a bright smile. I think that's not what she means. I don't think. Oh wait, never mind. You're right. Okay, I need to go regardless. Well, in that case, I wish you a pleasant day or evening or whatever part of whatever time of the day or world it is for you, Ammonius. Glad to have you as always. I hope you had fun. And as for me, hopefully I'll be able to stop soon too, so I can go shower and then go to bed, because I got work and class tomorrow. Got a long day. But yeah, have a good night, Ammonius. Carissa and I reached that conclusion yesterday. The memories you send overwrite the memories at your destination. If you sent your memories 1 week into the future, then the future you would lose 1 week of memories.
俺たちがやろうとしているタイムリープは過去に送ってこそ進化を発揮するのだ。それに過去より未来の方が届かない可能性は高い。過去については思い出すことができるが、未来については予測がつかないからな。例えばマユリは未来永劫にわたって同じ電話番号の携帯を持ち続けていると思うか？わ
かんないよ。
つまりそういうことだ。それにかつてポケベルが携帯の出現で廃れてしまったように、携帯に代わる新たなパーソナル端末が爆発的に流行してしまうかもしれない。
Or maybe not, because I don't think she's sad because Mayushi would die. Yeah, I would think she's sad because nobody would notice her death, mainly the people that she cares about. So her real issue is essentially ceasing to exist, completely unnoticed by her loved ones. At least that's how I read. At least that's how I read it. Not even notice her death. In order for the time leap to succeed, to target you must have a phone whose number you know. As long as that condition is met, there should never be a problem with setting the destination. The real problem is what inside the phone wave, named subject to change, is acting as the lifter. Until we figure that out, we can't reproduce the discharge phenomenon at will. The phone wave, named subject to change, will remain incomplete. On the other hand, if we can figure it out, we'll have an endless source of electrons that, unlike CERN's, needs no tuning. I'm exhilarated. The phone wave, named subject to change, is evolving by the day. Our invention of the time leap machine will put us light years ahead of CERN. Until they come in with their men in black, shoot us dead with silenced handguns, and take our microwave for themselves. But let's not worry about that possibility, shall we? That could never happen. No way. Time travel will finally become a reality. I can't wait to try it out. My soul yearns for the taste of chaos. I barely managed to keep from bursting out in mad laughter. Come to think of it, more than a week has passed since we sent the first D-mail, and although there was that strange threatening email, there remains no sign of men in black coming to haul us away. Who says they're going to haul you away? I think they're just going to kill us. I read it as being sad for Mayushi, because if she went back in time and did something different, no one will remember the memories she made before going back in time. Basically being alone. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, that could be right. Yeah. In other words, that's Okabe's existence in a nutshell, is it not? Being the observer. So going by that logic, isn't Okabe in a roundabout sort of way technically alone each and every time he enters a new world line? According to Daru, CERN hasn't discovered our hacking either. Yeah, and yet the freaking fiber optic cable connecting directly to their French headquarters in our building where our lab is located. That's not sign that we're compromised, huh? No, they haven't discovered our hacking. No. No way. Nope. No, sir. No. Nope. They have no idea. None at all. Yeah, I don't believe that for a fucking second at this stage. I do not believe that. The next problem is what will happen when we use the time leap machine. In order to compress the human's entire wealth of memory into the requisite 36 bytes, we have to borrow the LHC's black hole. I can't believe that CERN won't notice an unauthorized activation of the LHC. Well, maybe the maintenance workers in the LHC that are working on a few little bits of the machine at a time, they'll notice. They'll probably get vaporized in the process. But, well, that won't really be much of an issue at that point, because by that point we would be entering new world line regardless, so who cares about that at that point? Am I right? How do we keep them from finding us? You dumbass, they already found us! We need a plan. You need an escape vehicle!
そっか。じゃあ、マユ シーが小学生の頃へも飛べないんだね。その頃は携帯持ってないもん。
Mayuri's still talking about the time leap.
お前は小学生の頃へ戻りたいのか？気持ちはわかる。今の知識を持って小学生からやり直せば、学校の成績はおそらく学年トップになれるだろうし、人間関係もうまくこなせるだろう。
I hate to rain on your parade here, but something tells me that wouldn't really happen, even with the knowledge she has now.
それにね、おばあちゃんにも会えるかもって思ったんだ。
Wait, so you do want to bend people to your will?
そうか。残念だったな。
Mayuri's grandmother passed away when Mayuri was in elementary school.
残念は残念だけどね、どうしても会いたかったわけじゃないよ。おばあちゃんの言葉とかね、笑顔とか、マユシーの頭を撫でてくれたシワシワの手とかね、マユシーは今でもちゃんと覚えてるもん。だからね、わざわざ会わなくても平気なの。それよりもね、その頃のオカリンにもう一度会ってみたいなって思って。
あの当時からこの俺はマッドサイエンティストとして完成されており、周囲のガキンチョどもとは一線を画した人間だった。
I think you were probably the runt of the whole class, if anything.
そんなイフのオーラを放つ天才小学生にして未来のマッドサイエンティスト、ホーイン京馬に会いたいというお前の気持ちよくわかるぞ。
会いたいのはホーインなんとかじゃなくてオカリンだよ。
I am Hoin Kyoma. You're Hoin what's his face? Mayushi decrees it so, therefore that's your name from now on. Always has been, always will be. Mayuri just doesn't get it. So I disregard her comment. And I disregard your disregarding of her comment. What's his face?
だがやめておけ。精神年齢において当時から全く成長していないお前では、仮に今小学生に戻ったところで何も変わらんからな。
そんなことないよ。マユシーもちゃんと成長してるもん。
食べる量が増えたぐらいだろ。
And her height. And your breast size. Okay, he brought that up, not me.
そんなことないのです。マユシーはちゃんと大人の階段を登ろうとしているのです。
A real woman. I kind of want to hear the details, but she probably doesn't know what she's talking about.
それよりもね、オカリンの方が当時から止まったままだと思うな。
You're probably not wrong about that, actually. Yeah, but in Okabe's case, he basically shares with the rest what memories he remembers and what's new. And from the looks of it, they remember his explanations for the previous D-mails, just not the last. Yeah, but that's the thing. All he's really sharing is just basically his recollection of it, his recollection of world lines, which nobody else has any real way of being able to verify the authenticity of. All the best they can really do is just take his word for it. Which I guess in a way kind of once again ties back to what I was just what we were just discussing earlier. He basically is again alone in the sense to where he's the only person in each new world line that remembers what the previous world line was like before things changed.
だから何度も言っているだろうが、この俺は当時の時点ですでに完成されていたのだとな。
The shopkeeper shoots me a glare. I guess this isn't the best place for maniacal laughter. Better get those parts and head back to the lab. Alright. Scene's over, as far as I'm concerned. And with that, I'm gonna bring today's stream to an end. Well, mission accomplished. I do feel better from earlier, from when I started this stream. And hey, I had some good company too. And I got to play a little bit of Steins Gate, so all around, it was a good 5+ hours well spent. So, next on our agenda list, we're going to actually try to send human memories through our little microwave. Wonder how that's gonna go. Probably not good. But I guess what I'm really asking is, how much worse is sending human memories going to be compared to just sending basic text messages to other people? Just how potentially disastrous could the consequences be? Because we already saw huge chunks of Akihabara changing around us when we allowed Faris to send a seemingly simple text message to her something in the past. What kind of what could possibly happen as far as the scale of the potential changes could go once we actually send human memories through the wormhole? I wonder if maybe we might see a random skyscraper in Akihabara be replaced with a statue of King Kong. That'd be pretty cool. All joking aside, I really don't think this is gonna bode well. Every single instance of us messing around with the world lines just through regular text message D-mails has been getting progressively more intense than the last. I see no way that sending actual human memories into the past won't have a huge significant impact on the world and people around us. I'm just questioning what is the action that what is the specific instance of meddling with the world lines going to be? What exactly is it that we have to do before we start seriously entertaining the idea that maybe, just maybe, we should stop what we're doing when it comes to messing with the world lines and just simply let things be what they are? Especially when you take into account we're within the freaking scope of CERN, of the Committee of 300, most likely too. Pretty sure they're also connected. The bad guys know about us. They clearly know what we're up to. They have our building bugged with a fiber optic cable and probably some microphones too, for all we know. They probably know everything that we're doing, and yet they are just waiting for something from us, clearly. I don't know what specifically it is that they're waiting for, beyond I don't know, maybe figuring out actually, no, wait, it should be obvious, I think. CERN doesn't know. CERN hasn't been able to, at this point in the timeline, has not been able to successfully create a time machine themselves. And yet, they clearly know what we're doing with our own, but they're not directly interfering with us right now. Maybe the reason for that is the simple solution. That being, they want to see what we come up with, and then if we somehow managed to solve what they couldn't, what they can then do at that point is then swoop right in, take the results of our research with them, kill us to silence us, and then go on to dominate the world using the time machine and the time machine method that we conveniently cooked up for them. And then boom, the end of the world as we know it. That would be the simple method that I would do if I were the supervillain faction in this whole story, which CERN appears, by all appearances, appears to be. Just let the heroes do all the heavy lifting for you and then wait to strike and steal the results when everything is all said and done. Tie up loose ends at that point. I'm starting to think that's probably what's going on here. They're just waiting for us. That's exactly what's going on here. They're just waiting for us to do their dirty work for them. And we're just playing right into their hands the more we keep messing around with this research. And yet we're just gonna keep going. I can see it now. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna find out this is indeed the case the hard way. And then me and Okabe are gonna find ourselves in a situation where we're gonna be saying to ourselves, shit, we fucked everything up. How the hell are we gonna get out of this? And then we figure out how the hell we're gonna get out of this, probably for the remainder of the game, and then hopefully at the end get out of this. I hate walking into obvious traps. I really do. Especially when you can see them coming from a mile away. And yet this mad genius here, for all his genius, seems to be really lacking in foresight. I'm no genius myself by any stretch of the imagination. I'll be the first person to tell you that, but foresight is a very important skill to have in life for a lot of things, especially survival. And this man is sorely lacking in it, which is why I worry about his and everyone else's survival. There's no way this is gonna end well. There's just no freaking way. Yeah, but the new world lines are also modified versions of the old ones, and similar events happen in them, like Okabe visiting Faris at her house. Yeah, and I think that's been established that the reason for that is also in order to avoid paradoxes. While going back in time could erase complete days of your life if you did decide to do something different after going back in time. Yeah. Well, I hope everybody who tuned in today enjoyed themselves. Again, I certainly did by the end of it. I definitely need to do this stream. I want to thank everybody who tuned in today for your time. And once again, I hope I was able to give you guys some good entertainment. And I hope I'll see you all again next time. In the meantime, though, I got to get ready for bed. I got a long-ass day tomorrow. And as for the rest of the week, well, who the hell knows? I'm busy with my day job on all those days, too. Just gotta take it one day at a time. Have a good night, everybody. Take care.